Yes, just some Sahara dust hanging over the ground, but I'm sure that they would not mind that compared to what the conditions were last week. Brent Sancho, of course, talking about conditions, of course, it's a bit overcast in the sense of emotionally here in Trinidad and Tobago with the news of the passing of the former TTFA president and W Connection owner, David John Williams. We had a chance to speak to some of the coaches earlier, and they shared their sentiments.
Well, first I would like to send condolences to his family, Mr. John Williams. You know, he is, we say, a leader in sports. You know, he had one of the lethal teams that he led to plenty victory in Trinidad and in the CONCACAF. I think it's a sad day for football because I know he was one of the guys who put his life on the line for football. You know, he was the former TTFA president, you know, and I think he really put his heart out for football in Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, very sad day in Trinidad and Tobago. For a great man, contributed so much to this sport. You know, it was really saddened to hear that this morning. It was really heartening. So, condolences to the family and the team. Bring a lot to Trinidad football.
The sentiments of Coach Ross Russell in regards to David John Williams. Brent, you would have spent a lot of time, of course, at the TT Pro League with David John Williams. You know, what are your feelings on hearing the news?
Well, obviously, it's a very sad day for Trinidad and Tobago football. More importantly, when you look at what his contribution was, a visionary, a true leader in the sport, a man that devoted his life to football, a man that was passionate about the sport. Trinidad and Tobago has truly lost a stalwart, someone that his legacy will live on for generations to come. And his impact in the sport, more importantly, will live on for generations to come.
Well, the mood will continue as we take a break and come back with more here on the Ascension Football Show.
Very good, Wigan.
Welcome back to the Lock. It's a recreation ground, and yeah, it's beautiful sunshine. No rain today. In fact, it has been sunny since yesterday in Trinidad and Tobago, and ground conditions really good. Brent Sancho, of course, is here with me. firstly, before we talk about the match, talk about the ground conditions.
Yeah, it's a stark improvement from what we saw, of course, in the last game that we was here. It was basically a mud fest. You could see, of course, that the groundman has done a lot of work on the ground. There's still some patches, as you can see on your screen, on the pitch. A lot of it has been replaced with soil. It has been, of course, rolled with the roller, etc. The ground is firm, which is most important from a footballing perspective. The grass is well cut, and of course, the conditions is humid here, so that would mean that it would continue to, of course, dry out. As you can see in the front of the goal, there's still a bit of dust there, but it's a stark difference from what we saw last week, where it was basically a mud fest.
Oh, based on what we're getting at the moment, I promised myself I will not complain about the sunny conditions. Let's talk about the teams now. Moruga FC coming up against Central FC, 10th versus 9th. Moruga getting their first points in the competition in the last match week. Does that give them some sense of momentum, you think? Well, 4 points when you can check there, 5 points separating them. Central FC, of course, 1 win, 2 draws, that's the difference between them. But Moruga with some momentum after getting their first point.
Well, as the table indicates, there seems to be a division between, of course, the top 4 and the rest of the table. Today's battle squares in, of course, between Central FC and Moruga FC. As you rightfully said, Moruga getting their first points of the competition. Both coaches talking about the youth of their team, and they seem to now start to be getting into gear. It's a big game for both teams. Just from a perspective of morale, of course, within the camp, and of course from a positivity within the camp. Both coaches talked about positivity. Today's fixture should be very, very interesting.
Now, I know some folks might say it's a given, but who has the edge in this particular match?
I think both teams will come in with confidence. Of course, despite the loss from Deportivo for Central FC, they still had a credible performance. And for Moruga, they got a tie that they would be buoyed by it. I think both will be coming in with confidence. I think both charges would not want their both teams to make any mistakes. But I will give the edge to Central FC because they seem to be the team that is doing better.
All right, well, I was eavesdropping earlier when you had a chat with the coaches. Let's hear exactly what they said.
Coach, obviously a disappointing result last week against Deportivo Point 14. Did you see some positives in that performance?
Yeah, I think the positive is that the team played for all 90 minutes. We got a goal early in the first half and we stayed right within it. I think Depot was a little bit worried coming on to the end, but they got a go-ahead goal and they won the game by 2-0. The goals didn't show the performance of my team, really.
You talked a lot about the youth that you have on your team and, of course, the inconsistencies and performances. Going into today's fixture, what did you work on coming into this one?
Well, we work on stopping goals because, for the season we have been letting in some silly goals. And I think that is the big highlight of our game. We seem to be performing well, but goals seems to be just slipping in. So we work a lot on defense this week.
Well, we've seen some good attacking players within, of course. Shem Clausel comes to mind. Who are some of the key players leading from an attacking perspective for this fixture?
No, I think the two brothers, the twins, they are, I think, the most lethal bunch. They seem to always pop up with a goal here and there. I think Burki too as well. He is doing well. The number 10, he's really running about. He's really getting in. And I think, we are getting it together finally.
Okay, Coach Russell, of course, all the best to you and your charges in today's fixture.
Thank you again.
Well, spoke to some of the coaches earlier, and that match, of course, happening first at 5 p.m. But at 8 p.m., big match, Terminix Lockita Rangers. They seem to be flying at the moment, coming up against Westford.
Yeah, they've had some results go their way outside of what they've been doing so far. But what has been credible about them is that they've been playing with players missing. We talked, of course, about the interchange of personnel within the team, and they've still been able to show the sort of dominance that has led them to the top of the table. But don't count out, of course, Real Westford, because this is a team, despite their lingering position on the table, they can cause an upset.
Yeah, and what about the form of Terminix Rangers at the moment? You think they've done enough to pull away?
Yeah, they've done enough to pull away. I think they're heading in a direction where they can win this, but I think there's still a lot to play for.
All right, well, we did speak to the other coach, coach of Moruga, Anton Kwashi, as well.
As we looked at this week's fixture, a very credible result in your last fixture. Positivity in the team?
Yeah, them fellas, I'm ready to go. They just want to attack right now, so I just trying to keep them calm as much as I could.
Of course, a team full of youngsters, full of exuberance. As you go into these fixtures, what are some of the keys to the game today?
Today is just more contain, hit on the counter, make sure that we don't miss our chances that we create for ourselves, because we keep missing chances, and that will cause us to not win the last game. But today, hopefully we work on it and we will get them today.
What do you believe that you need to do very, very well to be able to get 3 points today? Because, of course, Central FC is very close to you on the table.
We need to play together as a unit. Once we stay together, we will get the victory.
Coach Kwashi, of course, thank you very much, and all the best to you and your charges.
Yes, man. Thanks.
Anton Kwashi certainly looks a pleased man getting his first point. And how do you think that feels for Moruga?
Well, it certainly feels well. You can tell and you can sense within the group that there is a lot of positivity. He talked about the week leading up to this, and of course how much they're looking forward to this fixture. Certainly a point for a young team bodes well coming into this.
All right, let's take a pause, and when we come back, we've got all of the match action happening right here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Moruga FC, they come up against Central. Well, turn up the volume. It's time to start the party here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. Ascension football action, match week 13. And we've got a treat for you today. Moruga Football Club, they come up against Central FC. Both teams that have struggled for wins. Central just picking up one win in the competition, 2 draws as they languish in 9th position. Moruga picked up their first bit of goodies last week with their first point against Kunupia FC, and they would certainly be hoping for another one as they come up against Central. Well, James Saunders is my name, and I'm joined by former Trinidad and Tobago World Cup defender Brent Sancho as the teams make their way out. What are the keys in this match?
Well, we talked a lot about the youth of both teams and, of course, what they have to do. When you're at this level with young players, it's all about trying to be consistent. And I think that's where both teams have struggled. The youngest teams in the competition, so the consistency has not been there. Of course, both coaches spoke to it. As it relates to Central FC, I think is building on what they've been doing over the last 2 games. They've been consistent in the way they've attacked. They've been a lot better defensively, that's for certain. And if they can now bring a bit of quality when it comes to that final board, I think they will be in the game. As it relates to Moruga FC, it's a continuous work in progress. They have to be resolute, they have to be disciplined throughout the 90 minutes, and of course try to be able to hit Central FC on the counter attack and be potent when it comes to finishing on goal. Certainly both teams would feel that 3 points is at stake here today for them.
Well, Moruga FC will don the orange kit, the team from Deep South, coming up against Central FC, a team that has been in competition with a lot of history behind them, but it's a young bunch this time around, the Central FC. Quincy Williams, by the way, will be the man in charge of the whistle, and he has an experienced cast around him. This is a match that many feel will give these teams the momentum as they fight to trade positions perhaps in the standings. Moruga still trailing by 5 points to Central FC. Well, the teams are gathering around for 1 minute of silence in memory of the deceased W Connection owner, David John Williams.
Thank you very much.
Or even the heavens gave a sign of hope to the grieving family. David John Williams, of course, the former Trinidad and Tobago Football Association president and W Connection owner. And as the rainbow in biblical days was a sign of hope and promise, certainly will be to the football family here in Trinidad and Tobago. So as mentioned, Quincy Williams in charge. Kevin Lewis, Nicholas, and Changia, Dennis Changia will be his assistants. Ton of experience in that battalion. They take charge of this fixture. Good ground conditions, even better weather here in La Horquetta expected for this match. Big talking point last week, the weather and the pitch conditions. I'm sure everybody's going to be happy this time around.
Yeah, certainly there's going to be a little bit more fluidity as it comes to the footballing aspect of things. It's remarkable, James, as much as we spoke about the facility here in La Horquetta, all the way in Honduras is under 20 CONCACAF competition, but I think probably worse conditions than what we saw last week here in La Horquetta. It must be mentioned, of course, this pitch has taken a big beating.
All right, let's take a look at who's present and who's not. Leonardo da Costa, Leandro da Costa, the Da Costa brothers dot the Central FC starting lineup. Romario Berg is also in there, and the attack would be led by Keishon St. Rose with Kwame Hagyu expected to marshal stuff at the back with Shem Clozel. Missing today is our pair, the captain. And for Moruga FC, hero in goal, Miles Goodman, he retains his spot. Rajan King Allen is back together with Atiba Charles. They will be expected to help the attack together with Joshua Ragu. Kervel Turner, the big number 9, is also in the starting lineup, while Rodney Young provides some surety at the back. Anton Kwashi will take charge of this match from the bench.
Let's go, Central. Let's do this.
Well, let's signal that the La Horquetta Recreation Ground is open for business as Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. I almost said they were coming up next, but in fact they're coming up later on. Moruga FC, they take on Central FC. Moruga in the bright orange versus Central in yellow. Already Moruga showing the attacking intent. What they thought superseded the execution. And as a result, the ball goes into touch. Certainly high on confidence after picking up their first points of the competition. They did go through the entire first round winless, without a point. First points coming against Central FC in a goalless draw last week. Certainly would be looking to add to that this time around. And you spoke with the coach. What was his feeling like?
I think there was a general happiness as it relates to the overall team performance, as it relates to, of course, more levels of consistency, as I spoke about in the lead-up. There are some key players that Coach Russell mentioned, the Costa brothers and, of course, Shem Colozel, as being major contributors to their success. And he's, of course, discussed that for them to be successful here today, those players will have to show up. I think we both, James, have been very impressed with Shem Colozel, in particular for Central FC. Despite the challenges they would have had, he's certainly one that has shone throughout this campaign.
That's good from Williams. Certainly one of the bright stars last time around. Kubel Turner. Al Aberdeen certainly made a name for himself last week. His big saves certainly kept Central FC in the match. Much of it did fall eventually to the league leaders. Oh, the tussle for this. More. And Aberdeen already called into action, and he responded quite appropriately. Well, I think Moruga starting with perhaps their best attacking combination, even though the shot didn't match the ambition of the player. Kubel Turner, Tiba Charles and Region Allen King have certainly been the best combination up top for them. But they've had to focus on defense now. Oh, nothing for Miles Goodman to worry about. Well, last week we spoke about Central FC and their attacking prowess. 13 goals in their last few matches. It's at the back where they've struggled. The Costa brothers certainly have been among the goals. And perhaps here now as well. Easy for Goodman in the end. There's Clozel. Faria. Game of cat and mouse at the moment. They try to chip away at Moruga. Burke. Much will be expected from him in attack. Oh, it's a slip. Could it be costly? And, cross the wires. Moruga, they clumsily get possession and give it away straight away. And perhaps just a bit of nerves there from Joshua Ragu.
Yeah, a bit of nerves, and we talked a little bit about, of course, the surface in the build-up to this one. Of course, there seem to be a great deal of work that have been going on in this Horquetta facility. But as much as it's firm, James, there's still a lot of soft spots within the ground because of the packing of the dirt to, of course, cover the mud that we had last week. The groundsman's done a tremendous job to even have it looking the way that it is right now. But there's still some soft spot, and I think players are finding it a bit challenging to keep their footing. Of course, we've seen one or two players, and when they attempted to pass the football, they would have slipped in the process.
Rodney King. Always sense of assuredness from him. Well, they're certainly taking their time in the build-up. Have to be clever. And might be punished here. Ragu recovering yet again. Hasn't looked very comfortable so far. Early stages of the match. And here's King taking Williams for a run. And in the end, just played it off his own self, and it's a goal kick.
James, I'm looking at the defensive line held by both teams when the opponent is in possession, and they're both defending quite low in a low block. It's very rare in the sport that you see both teams set up a low block, and I think that's indicative of the fact that they've both shipped in a lot of goals through in this campaign, and they feel that if they are to defend a little bit lower and not give space in behind, it will be part of the cure, well, I should say prevention, as it relates to not conceding.
Well, maybe we spoke too soon, as the precipitation has joined the party here in La Horquetta. Just a slight drizzle. Shouldn't affect ground conditions too much. But he made a valid point though, Brent Sancho. Goals conceded. These two teams have been among the leakiest. 87 goals between them in 26 matches. Central FC conceding 38, while Moruga conceding 49. Oh, it's a free kick and an opportunity for Moruga to get a positive statistic on the other end. Oh, he swing this in, and well, too low, easily dealt with. Rahu can't get it, and Rodney Young sends it back in the area. Too long for anybody though.
But I think what we've seen from the opening exchange is both teams, I wouldn't call it nervous, but there seem to be some jitters in between. There is expectation, James. Both teams will feel, as I said, that there is 3 points here to be had. And we're seeing it so far in the play. A lot of errant passes. Of course, as we look at the administration staff of Real Westford, a lot of errant passes, a lot of missed decisions. And I think you will continue to see that until both teams settle down and try to find some sort of flow.
Here's Burke. They'll be keeping close eyes on him. Clausel to Faria. It's a throw. Well, here comes Central FC, testing the width of Moruga. And, well, it's cleared. King, Turner. Oh, he's done well, Turner. Closely guarded this time. Here's Young. Oh, they're tussling for this one, and it's won by Shem Clausel. Oh, he's bursting forward in a good area, and well, Miles Goodman pick up his line to avert any danger.
I think Shem would be a bit disappointed there. St. Rose should have been in the front foot, expecting that through ball, but he just never put himself in a position to get the end of it. It was the only real solution for Shem in terms of passing options, and St. Rose didn't read it. So both teams have started, as I said, a bit jittery and some nerves, and it's certainly impacted from a quality perspective.
Rodney Young. Certainly taking their time. Central FC throwing a low block, giving space for Moruga to get forward. Want to throw.
Well, it's amazing. We did a lot of our conversation at the beginning about the hot weather, and here comes the rain. Commentators curse.
Always happens. While the sun's shining, there's a West Indian proverb about that. Rain falling and the sun shining. What happens next? Maybe a goal. Well, not from a service like that. Cleared. Hoyt back inside the area. Should be easily dealt with. And there we go. We're having a rain party. Tell you what, the least affected players by rain is usually, or persons rather, by rain is usually the players. They always seem to enjoy a bit of a sprinkle.
Well, I think the biggest concern would be, of course, the ground and how this short downpour would impact the work that has been done in the facility leading up to this one. That's a lovely turn.
It is. Shem Closel. Yes, Williams likes to bomb forward as Acosta with him. Williams. He's got happy feet, but he loses his feet. Costa keeps it alive. King for his brother. Can't find Leandro da Costa. And a shot this time from St. Rose, and he wasn't far from the mark, I tell you that. But it's not often that he has that amount of time and space and doesn't hit the target. Keyshawn St. Rose. Moruga, 14-8.
Well, the ball finally drops to St. Rose there. Never really was able to wrap his shoelaces around it. It looked like it may have slid off the side of his foot. The idea was there, but the execution wasn't.
Well, the heartbeat of the ground certainly pumping at the moment as the rhythm section carries the energy of the Friday evening football here in the Ascension Tournament. Yes, Faria try to play St. Rose in. It's with Da Costa. He can keep it, and he can't, despite his best effort. Oh, tried to take his man for a run. Just having none of it. Ragu, one of two Ragu brothers on the Moruga team, Joshua and Tishon. This is promising. King's touch is too heavy. Only as far as Ragu. Looking for options. Get a second bite, but he loses it to Burke. And Williams bombs forward. It's going to take Young for a run.
Oh, that's late. That is late.
And he has his legs taken out, and he's appealing for a penalty. And well, Quincy Williams says otherwise. It's a corner.
Well, from our vantage point here, James, it looked like it was a late challenge. That man there in your screen had a much better look at it, and I would trust his judgment over mine. Looked a bit naughty, but as he dives in, it's a tough one from where we're sitting, and even from that shot that we just saw, I think William would argue with us that he had the better view.
Well, this is for Clausel, making room for himself here, Clausel, and well, a bit of a muffed shot, and Moruga grateful to clear to Charles. Well, here's King, he can get an attack going. Well, cut out by Burke, so he knew much about it. Good link up play here. But they've certainly got a host of good-looking young players, Central FC. Here's one of them, Clausel, whose pass is cut out. Oh, maybe now a chance could open up for the team in yellow. And that's well defended in the end by Young. Shondell Young ensuring that that man, Miles Goodman, a little work to do. So, there's a player down at the moment, Joshua Ragu, and gesticulating to the referee and his teammates about something.
So he's grabbing the hamstring area, James, and you know, in this type of weather, the players sometimes extend themselves beyond, and I'm not sure he'll be able to carry on, as he, of course, punctuates the fact that it's his hamstring.
Well, Coach Kwashi has already gotten the memo, and seems it could be the end of Ragu. Oh, quite unfortunate. Just 17 minutes, and just to make his way off Joshua Ragu. It's going to be disappointed. We did say that he looked uncomfortable in the opening minutes, and that might have played a big part in exactly why.
Well, if you're coming into this fixture with any sort of niggling or muscle injuries, this is not the type of condition you want to play in. It's from a footing perspective, you're going to be stretched, and you're going to slip, you're going to slide, and I think young Ragu there would have felt the brunt of playing in these types of conditions. Unfortunate, as you said, James.
Oh, Kyle Sylvester will get his chance, the midfielder, replacing the midfielder, like-for-like substitution. Ball easily cut out. Moruga trying to get forward, only as far as Williams. Can't have it from this distance. Here's Hague, and Miles Goodman looked comfortable in the end. Formie Hague certainly thought he had a good look. Here's a Tiba Charles, muscled out of possession. Williams, St. Rose, good hold-up play. Oh, and that's a good ball. Plays in his man, and well, good defending in the end. Cover from the centre-back.
Yeah, that was good work there by Carl Spencer. I think eventually he saw the danger, and more importantly, he was able to snuff it out. It's good, precise play there by Central FC. As the minutes tick on, they seem to be getting more and more comfortable in this fixture.
Williams, Costa's header, can't find Burke. Turner has two to deal with, chooses the option of pace, and he's gone past one. Kept alive. Tiba Charles. Well, the substitute gets his first touch, and just see some slipping of the feet. Well, the best passage of play from Moruga comes to a halt as the Costa takes his man on a run. Here's Burke. Jarick Williams with space. Time. Can he deliver? Well cut out. It's King looking for options. Young. Turner using his space well. One, he's gone past one, he's gone past Hague, and a shot, and wow, jogged it wide in the end, but certainly the best look that they've had all evening. Kwame Hague, disappointed he went down that easy.
Yeah, Hague was stripped of the ball there. Rightful no call there by the referee. I thought Cavell Turner could have taken that one in a bit more and probably given himself a better angle and certainly a shorter distance on the goal. But he decided to take it early, eventually dragging it wide. But you're right, the first real moment for Moruga.
Well, that man, Rajan King Allen, hasn't been involved much in the match. When he gets involved, they can look a dangerous team, Moruga. Sylvester finds Turner. Ball could be in here, and well cut out in the end from Aberdeen. Traffic. Oh, but makes it look so simple, doesn't he? Ball cut out. Tiba Charles. His pass is cut out by Clausel. Williams picks up. Ball. He's just shooting passes now, Andy. And a shot from distance. It's a prayer. That won't be answered anytime soon from the substitute Sylvester. Well, he certainly wants to make a mark, doesn't he?
Well, that's one way of making a mark. I think the real way would be getting it on target. So miles away from that. But I guess that's the way you announce yourself into a football game.
Well, I'm not sure Young knew exactly what happened there, but it was effective in the end. Ross Russell, the former Trinidad and Tobago international goalkeeper, head coach of Central FC. Yes, Clausel. Well, he's found himself in a good space here, and well, hasty defending in the end averted the danger, but they're knocking. How long can Rodney Young and company keep them out? Well intercepted. Thomas keeps it alive. It's Faria. Oh, that's good. He's carving some spaces, looking for the Costa. And again, the omnipresent Young is very much in position. Well, the rain is gone, if you're wondering. to leave the ground rather slippery. And maybe King is saying, maybe it's the ground that made me leave my feet. The referee had other ideas as he gives him a stern warning. Beautiful. Plouville. That's what it's called. Love of the rain. Miles Goodman would love to hold that, but he barely gets anything as cleared up eventually. Well, Turner, chance opening up here, could fall to King. And in the end, it's somehow missed the target. And it's a corner. Well, they've certainly opened up the chance, and it did come. Not taken.
Well, it's a good counter-attacking play. Once laid back there, thought he had just a goal to slot it into, but there were other ideas, well defended.
And, well, good hands in the end from the goalkeeper, Aberdeen. Couldn't get to its intended target, St. Rose.
It's not a good pass. Had two options out wide there, James, and I think for a player of book standards, he should have been doing better there. Certainly starting with a better decision, much less better execution. That's better. That's a lot better. Good skill.
I think I've gotten the word now, Brent. It's pluviophile. A love of rain. Are you a pluviophile? Hope I pronounced that right.
I'm not sure if I want to answer that one. Words with files in it, I'm not sure.
Well, they can't say that they haven't gotten in good positions. Taking them is another matter of fact. Maybe in the opposite end, Central can. Well taken out though by Rodney Young.
Well, it's safe to say both teams have lived dangerously in the first 27 minutes or so. From a coach's perspective, both coaches probably pulling their hair out, but from a neutral perspective, it's been very entertaining.
Clausel in a good area, and a bit of hand spotted by the referee. And well, the action comes to anticlimactic end. Costa certainly found himself in a great position though. How important do you think Shem Clausel is to this team?
I think from both a defensive and offensive perspective, first defensively, he understands how to plug the gap, how to slide into positions, playing in that number 6 role. And from an attacking perspective, he's extremely good in switching the point of attack, and he protects the ball very well in the middle of the park, and he rarely gives the ball away. And that's really what you want from someone in the middle of your park. That looks like a foul.
Referee Williams has a different opinion as Miles Goodman gets a touch.
If you look at Shem and the positions he picks up on the field, it's a player that is thinking, it's a player that's always trying to take a step or two, well, a thought or two forward. And of course that gives him the advantage. He always plays like he has time on his hands, and that really is down to his position. And then you add on top of that, he has a very good touch. And because of that, he's easily one of the more recognizable figures for Central FC.
It's a corner, or goal kick rather. Well, let's go back to the first opinion, a corner. Clausel, of course, he's the son of Ian Clausel, the man famed with the nickname the Dread Dribbler. Son there, Shem, number 20. Talk about living up in your father's footsteps.
Some big shoes. Maybe you suggest boots.
Oh, here's Berg. Goodman gets a touch. Is it enough? Just away from the danger area, and the flag goes up. Would be Moruga's kick. So still goalless as we cross the half-hour mark in this first fixture of the Ascension Friday. Moruga FC against Central FC. Here's King. Young. Time and space. Looking for Turner. Aberdeen intercepts. Oh, it's good to see they can still be friendly even after a naughty deed. Certainly was one of the top performers in the last match that they played against Deportivo. Goalkeeper Aberdeen. Some crucial saves. I think he might be one of those saves of the week as well.
Yeah, he did put in a solid performance for Central FC against Deportivo Point Fortin. He's had his moments in this tournament. Aberdeen, both good and bad. But I would suggest, James, there has been a lot of good of late.
Oh, that's Clausel. Dances away from the pressure. Clausel.
That's clever.
Gets it Rose going. Can he get past Young? Well, Bonks just seems to outfox him. Here's Clausel. Linking up well with St. Rose. Stein can't get around Young. Nothing given. Play continues. Thomas lost his footing, but he still manages to go. And finally, infringement cited by Quincy Williams. I think Darren Moore was appealing long before the whistle ever blew. Aria gets a foot in. Well, he tried to find the run of King. Wasn't the least bit interested, but St. Roses on the opposite end. This could be anybody's ball. Falls to Clausel. Yes, Turner. Will he use his space here? Can use his space, and Aberdeen 60 left boot out and just denies Thurbel Turner from perhaps putting Moruga ahead.
Turner putting on the jets there. That's a quality save there by Aberdeen, sticking out the big left boot. So many times you would have seen goalkeepers go to ground quite quickly and making decision for the attacker. But in this instance, he said to Turner, beat me if you can, son. And he wasn't able to. That's good save.
He'll have another chance to try and beat him from the corner. Aberdeen again gets his hand to it. Here's Da Costa looking for his twin brother, and well, the flag stays down, and oh, Mars Goodman at the end gets the glove to it. So end-to-end stuff we've seen so far.
Well, I think there would be some tough brotherly conversations going back in the car. Should have finished there, James.
Romario Burke. Can he create another opportunity? He does create one and finds the back of the net. And it's that man, no surprise, Leonardo da Costa, as he gets Central FC 1-0 ahead against Moruga.
If you want to see a muted celebration, that's one. Good pass across field there by Burke. That's a good finish by St. Rose. Composure. And finished with plum. And you'd have to say that Central FC would feel that this goal was coming. They've certainly lacked the quality in their attacking third. But in that instance, that man there in your screen showing the cool and calmness of a veteran. Good finish, tucked it in to the net.
Well, he certainly is one of the better finishers in the country. Keyshawn St. Rose showed exactly what he's worth. Give him half a chance, he takes the whole yard.
Well, he had a standout season, of course, with St. Augustine in the SSFL. And it's good to see him now taking that to the next level. Of course, as we see treatment being given there to Kyle Sylvester. Has been an entertaining fixture so far, James.
Most certainly has been. Though I'm sure the team in orange might suggest otherwise, but it certainly has been seesaw. Chances created on both ends. Well, how will Moruga recover? Had a chance on the opposite end, failed to take it. And well, that's what happens when you miss chances. Here's Turner. Maybe another chance could have fallen for him, but King sends it high into the night sky. Atiba Charles getting the shot in the end. Well, he's one of their better attackers, Atiba Charles. And just felt that maybe should have hit the target.
Yeah, Turner doing all the brunt of the work here, skipping and trying to get, finally it rolls into Charles' domain, and he blasted that one to probably Piarco Airport. He hit it very, very hard, certainly not on target. That's where you need the composure. That's where you have to be at your optimum best, placing it to the back of the net. If he wanted any guidance, he had his opposite striker, St. Rose, show him what composure is like. And that's what it needed, that touch.
Young. For the most part, they've remained composed since conceding Moruga. Haven't been bad. This match held their own. Certainly showed that they're up for the fight.
Moruga have had their chances, and that's for sure. And I think the excellence of Aberdeen and the shyness of Charles and Turner is the reason why this game is 1-0 Central FC. That's been a very open affair so far, but Moruga certainly should be somewhere within the score sheet. I'm sure Coach Kwashi and the rest of the group may be scratching their heads thinking, how is it we're 1-0 down?
Oh, yeah. Inside the final 5 of the first half. Score leans 1-0 in favor of Central FC. Good time to say hello to everybody locked on via all of our platforms, CEEN TV in Jamaica, via the Sportsmax app and the YouTube channels. Of course, later on CCN TV6, here's Da Costa. Easy for Miles Goodman. That's a good service. King can't control it though. It's gone to waste.
Yeah, I think Da Costa would be very disappointed himself. That was a clear-cut opportunity to go 2-0 up. And he just did not pull the trigger. Well, he did pull the trigger. But it wasn't a good pull at all.
5 blanks.
5 blanks, that's for sure. Again, James, it just needed some composure. Just gather yourself and technique through the ball, but he didn't.
Oh, here's Leandro Da Costa finding his brother Leonardo. So, offside. Sylvester. Possession lost. Blozell.
That's good skill.
Burke. Dangerous area. And too long for the overlapping Williams. Still keeps it alive though. Just like the look of Williams though. Joy's getting forward, doesn't he? Well, despite the result, they have something to dance about. Moruga bench. It's Hague. Oh, so reason he's a centre back.
Not sure if I'm supposed to stick up for the centre backs there, but Hague doesn't give me much to protect or defend, I should say. It certainly was a poor cross. Just wondered why he hesitated. He had originally the opportunity to cross it, and then he took the more difficult route.
Oh, some naughty boy antics from Keyshawn St. Rose. Can't get away with some of them when you score goals. Scored the lone goal of the match so far. Goal that has Central FC leading by 1-0. Can Sylvester help change that? Well, anybody's ball here. And wow, who got the final touch? The attacker, it seems, as it's a goal kick. Nigel John certainly threw his frame in the mix.
I think Coach Russell would be happy with the 1-0 advantage, but I think he'd be very concerned with some of the sloppiness we've seen, especially from a defensive point of view from Central FC, when it's an errant clearance, hesitation in clearing the football, or just overall poor play. We've seen that creeping in, and that has created opportunities for Moruga. This is another one here.
Oh, Hague is fortunate. Blozell helps out. It's Faria. It's out.
I think as a centre half, you've got to clear, you've got to go direct. If there's no options in front of you, you don't want to play a straight pass, certainly into the middle of the park. So if there's no options, you've got to clear lines. The last thing you want to do is dribble the 20-30 yards out of your own defence. Because I tell you what, James, if you make a mistake, there ain't no one back there to help you except for that man in between the 6, Aberdeen.
Well, regulation time has come to its expiration date. There'll be 2 minutes added. Yes, Rejon King, and well, found his defender. It's won a corner. Maybe a chance to get something going into the half. Taken short, and well, Aberdeen had to help out as almost went out for a corner. It's Closel. Never seems flustered, is he? It's given away though.
Sloppy again, James.
This is good from Moruga. And well, that pass to Turner was well defended in the end by Hague.
Again, there was no need to play a straight ball into the middle of the park. And again, Central FC being the architects of their own demise, really. I just don't understand the thought process behind it. You've seen throughout this half, when you make those sorts of mistakes, it gives Moruga the impetus.
Well, they're going to come knocking from the corner, perhaps the last bit of action for the first half. Finally satisfied. Looking for somebody in orange, and well headed away by Williams. Last chance maybe. And well, it's allowed to bounce dangerously. And the final whistle, or the final whistle of the half, says that Central FC will take the 1-0 advantage going in at the break. Smiles on the face of the team in yellow. Bit of disappointment for the team in orange as they trail at the half. But at halftime between Central FC and Moruga, it's Central FC 1, Moruga 0. We take a break.
And then of course later on we have your team 2 minutes for Horquetta Rangers. We will be playing against Optimum FC. It's such a week in the soccer again. Champions gonna be the number 2, Tommy Moss. Coming to the regional. Only for people on the inside. And of course, as they take the set to field. We take this to the field and we get you ready. Right now for the Ascension Dancers.
Black bag right? It's a little too hard, boy. The drum's dry up already.
Well, it's a party-type atmosphere here at the Horquetta Recreation Ground. The Angels are having a good time celebrating Central FC 1-0 ahead of Moruga FC. Lots of good football action. Let's take a look back at some of them. And Quincy Williams sent us off to action at 5 p.m. Action we got. Central FC with first 2 chance. Keyshawn St. Rose knocking, just not hitting the target. Later on, Williams danced his way into position, and Hagee, the centre back, got it on target. Can't get past Miles Goodman though. Moruga very much in the contest in the early stages, and that man certainly created chances, just not hitting the target that time. On the opposite end, Keyshawn Rose, St. Rose showed him exactly how it's done. Shem Clausel, the architect. St. Rose, how about that for a finish? Moruga though, never out of it. Chances opened up. Tiba Charles getting one of them. Not to be, as they trail by 1-0. Let's see what the numbers look like. And just as predicted, even Steven.
Yeah, even Stevens when it comes to the numbers, of course, 6 shots of Moruga FC, 5 for Central. 3 of Moruga's are 6 on target. 3 for Central FC is on target. 2 fouls apiece, no cards, both yellow and red. No offsides, 2 corners for Moruga FC, 6 for Central FC. 2 saves to the goalkeeper for Moruga FC and 3 for Central. Of course, the most important stat is the 1-0 one, and Central FC may feel that they should have been further ahead.
Time to transition from the present. We will take a look back at the past week, but your thoughts on the first half though?
Yeah, I think a game where Moruga FC certainly created and carved out opportunities. Of course, a lot of them being architected by Central FC sloppiness and mistakes. And of course, from a Central FC perspective, they have done well in terms of their build-up play, middle of the park. But again, for the second week running, their execution in the final third just have not been good enough.
All right, it's time to jump in our time machine and time capsule. Head back to last Friday and look at what took place. One of these teams did take part last Friday. And, yep, you remembered well, Central FC. They took on Deportivo Point Fortin. And this was a match that proved more than what showed on the surface. And opening goal of the match came from Isaiah Hudson. Marcus Joseph making his Ascension debut, putting it on a platter for Hudson, and he made it 1-0. Central FC and Acosta threatened throughout the match. Clausel instrumental, both those 2 attempts. But Houghton Hector to Joseph, and Aberdeen. I told you about his saving ability. Well, there's evidence, more evidence. And just in case you wanted some more, well, Nathaniel Garcia will tell you about this save. Aberdeen, solid. So 1-0 at the half, and in the second, the Costa came close, but Marvin Phillip had to beat until Joseph showed his Samba Mabamba, and in the end, Mattion Watson, the substitute, would benefit from it. Aberdeen couldn't hold on, and Watson making it 2-0. Deportivo taking the win. And in the later fixture, Terminix Rangers, they came up against Central Soccer World. Another Central team was in action. And early on, chances came. But then Terminix Rangers and Atula Guerra, they're always a clear and present danger. Some Joga Bonito and some good saving from St-Hilaire. On the opposite end though, the man they call the Trini Ronaldinho, Atula Guerra, was able to hit the bag, knock some of the fight away from Central Soccer World. And then Kadeem Corbin does what Kadeem Corbin does best. Find the net. And that knocked the stuffing out of Central Soccer World. 2-0 lead for Rangers. Guerra always involved though, and that man in goal had to be good. Even when the reinforcements came and Central Soccer were huffed, well, they couldn't pass St. Hilaire in goal. Edwards getting his first real starting position, caused all sorts of trouble, and then they leave the last whistle. But Simon Joseph was able to get perhaps the goal of the match and the goal of the match week as well. 2-1, the final score. Atula Guerra, Campari man of the match. Well, the entertainment continues. We're going to enjoy the view while you will take a break. Well, good evening to the folks locked on in Kingston, Jamaica, Christchurch, Barbados, and all across the Caribbean. Welcome to La Horquetta, Trinidad and Tobago. It is the Ascension Football Tournament. Moruga FC trailing by 1-0 against Central FC. And, well, changes as the card is already being shuffled for Moruga. James Saunders is my name. I'm joined by former Trinidad and Tobago defender Brent Sancho. Second half, what can we expect?
I think more of the same if tactically both teams decide to deploy their charges in a similar vein. Certainly from a Central FC perspective, they would like to be a lot more clinical in the attacking third. And I think for Moruga, I think positionally and of course as it relates to influence in the game, they can't just wait on Central FC to make mistakes. They're going to have to take it to their opponents, and again, they probably don't need to when they get gifts like that.
Well, Akil Phillip is the new addition to the cast for Moruga FC. As Keyshawn St. Rose, the goal scorer, gets in a great position and it's deflected off the back of Rodney Young, and he will get a corner early on. Looks in target though. Don't forget, in the later fixture, the home team, next to the Horquetta Rangers, they will be coming up against Real Westfort. Next Rangers, the only unbeaten team in the competition. Central FC will be chasing their second win of the competition in this match, and
that's a good
maybe
ball.
Here,
yeah,
maybe now, and it's into the back of the net for Central FC, and it's easy does it for Jarick Williams. Won't find an easier goal than that one, and Central FC lead by 2-0.
Well, it was really all about the service. The service from the corner created havoc for Moruga. They were all cemented into positions. So good ball. Eventually, it falls to that man there in the screen. Good ball into the box. A lot of dip and wind. No wonder in an orange shirt really taking command of the situation. But of course, Jarick Williams decided this is his calling and pins it into the back of the net. The easiest of chances. He'll be very happy of the ease of that opportunity. Looks like Sunday afternoon football, James. Well, the type of chance that fell to Williams. Certainly not the finish. He did the business.
Well, there goes the coach's team talk. Oh, more chances are opening up, and it's Da Costa. Charges forward now. Gets the goal scorer Williams involved.
Tails are up now, Central FC.
Oh, they've lost in that battle. Moruga now find themselves trailing by 2 goals. Certainly were live for most of the first half. Created chances of their own. It's a big ask for them now.
I think the next goal is critical, and I'm saying that because I do believe there's still more goals in this game. And from a Moruga perspective, it has to be them. If they want to claw themselves back in, I think the momentum will swing, and they may be able to put Central under some pressure. But I think if they allow another goal, the floodgates just may open.
Maybe here they can open up something, and well, Aberdeen ensures that that is not to be. Not on his watch anyway. Well, ease of movement from Central. Well, cut out in the end by Rodney Young. Well, it's stretching the Moruga team. That one is cut out in the end.
There's about 5 yellow shirts in there, James. I think there seems to be a goal bonus somewhere around the Central FC camp, because they're flooded in numbers, throwing themselves into it. And that man there in goal must be thinking, who opened the floodgates? Because Central FC is pouring forward.
Williams will stand over this throw. Take you. Clausel. Pulling the strings, Clausel. This time for St. Rose and this time for Da Costa.
That's outstanding defending, James. That is top defending.
Well, they will have another opportunity here. Puffing. Who's going to blow the door down? Oh, Clausel. Tried to wave his wand, not this time, and Burke tries, and easy for Goodman in the end. I'll tell you what, like father, like son. Shem Clausel showing some magic tricks. Almost made the defender disappear.
Well, let's look at this for a bit of cleverness. A reverse pass here by Clausel, the outside of the foot. What a good pass, set it up there. But look at this for defense. He, of course, saw the danger and snuffed it out.
Intercepted by Da Costa.
You have to wonder, James, how important that stop was in the grand scheme of things. Because Central FC certainly got their tails up, and you suspect, as I said, a third goal might be lights out for Moruga.
Looking for Da Costa. Tussle for this one. King helping out with the defending. And, well, it's running out of room in the end. St. Rose looking for his range. And
it's a poor pass by St. Rose, really, James. It was just a simple through ball to be played and just muffed his lines, really. Should have done better.
Might have another chance here. It's a throw for Moruga.
I think that's the frustrating part for Coach Russ Russell and Coach Kwashi when you talk about young players and their inconsistency, because St. Rose has scored a very good opportunity, showed a high level of composure, and then in a situation like that where you would expect him to make the right pass and the right choice, and it doesn't come out. And I think from a coach perspective, it's difficult, because as much as you may be barking those instructions into the young ears, sometimes it doesn't register.
Well, they're looking for ideas and, well, ran out of ideas as that pass was given away sloppy. Costa tries his luck, and Goodman, well, to be fair, he did get across well. Not sure he knew exactly where it nestled as it zoomed past him. Oh, the Costa is apologizing, but I'm not sure Miles Goodman would feel the same way, though. He was alarmed.
I wondered if he was too far out to even consider this. But when you are part of the Da Costa clan and you're in the type of form that those two young men have been in, why not? I think Goodman may have thought that he would not have gotten there.
Well, here's King. Crowded out. And opportunity gone. But could fall for King yet again. Sylvester. No room in the inn. Oh, well cut out in the end by Romario Berg. Counter attack could be on now to Da Costa. Forced to head back in his goal's direction. Clausel. Oh, he tried to part the orange sea. Found out he wasn't Moses.
I think young Williams is looking at Shem and asking him, where do you think I'm going to get that pace from? Didn't have it before the start of the game, certainly not going to have it during the game. It's a good pass, but the weight of the pass wasn't there. Good idea, I should say. Certainly the weight of the pass wasn't there. But they've looked comfortable, James, Central FC coming into the second half. We did wonder what sorts of changes both teams would have made. I think the one change, not tactical by Central FC, that they've made is the application to this one. It's not as jittery, a lot more comfortable in their approach, although they do have these moments like that one.
They seem a lot more assured going forward as well, Central.
I think sometimes goals does that as well. I think the second goal really settled the nerves in the camp.
Well, let's turn out with the turn on. Put King in, and well, his feet too short as Aberdeen got there first. Best chance created by the team from deep south. Williams, St. Rose, and oh, that's not very far away.
I think it was the more difficult option of the two. It was an option of a wide pass out to St. Rose. Sorry, out to Costa. But he decided to go it alone. And why not? He's already scored for the afternoon. And certainly Goodman looked like a deer in headlights.
Can Moruga muster a response? Oh, not this time. It's Clausel. Just glides across the surface, doesn't he? Faria. And will be a throw to Acosta. Mario Burke. Oh, it's fouled by Sylvester. And we whistle, deleted, announcing that he did find himself in an offside position. Clausel. Wonder what team they're playing for.
Maybe Monday Ware team. Monday Ware FC.
You can tell they're the star players. Well, here we go. Sid Rose in a tussle with Sylvester. And, well, he thinks that some sort of disciplinary action should be had against the midfielder. He's clutching onto that right wrist of his. David versus Goliath. This is one story, one multiverse, that David was not the victor. Here he is. He's back on his feet though, although his face does paint a picture of anguish. He's showing St. Rose.
It looks like, as we see, with Julius and Ross having a conversation, but it looks like some sort of separation maybe of the shoulder. Very painful injury. It looks extremely uncomfortable.
Certainly would be a pity to lose him at this stage of the match. He did score the game's opening goal. No signs that he might be replaced, as Moruga have decided to do some replacing on their end. So as we approach the hour mark, Region King will be replaced by the man wearing the most famous football number in Trinidad and Tobago, the number 19. And well, he has the name of perhaps the most famous striker ever, Ronaldo. So Ronaldo Edwards comes in wearing the Dwight York number.
Sounds like an ingredient for a very good cake. All the good ingredients there. Just need to execute on the field, James.
Well, let's see if we can get a goodie from him then.
No pressure. Ronaldo meets York.
Well, has been a change as well. Another one, and Tiba Charles has been replaced, so 2 attackers for Moruga. And according to my team sheet, the man who just came in should be the goalkeeper.
Well, it helps in a situation when you can multitask.
Shane King has also come in. As
Tell you what a thunderbolt.
Yeah, certainly. Woke everybody up.
I sat here and I wondered what he was up to. And he absolutely walloped that one. It's a poor cross.
So we've navigated past the hour mark. So there you go, confirmation of the shuffling of the deck by Moruga. Shane King replacing Nigel John. And well, Tiba Charles has gone out. Confirm who came in. What can the new charges do for Moruga? Sylvester looking for space, and well, it's too long in the end. They've called in reinforcements. Can they get changed fortunes? Burke tried to find Closel, not in a good area. Moruga pushed through, and it's a substitute. And Wal Aberdeen had to get low, but he got there in the end. Ronaldo Edwards, wow, certainly giving us a treat, Brent Sancho. What a kick!
What a kick. And of course a good slice of a shot. But again, it comes down to the sloppiness of Central FC. Burke giving the ball away. And Ronaldo at the end of that one had Aberdeen scrambling in goal there. Did just enough to keep it out.
Well, a change has been made by Central FC. Jalil Babor is the new man in. And well, the
That's a free header.
Almost saw goal conceded. Found himself all alone.
I think maybe he had too much time. And of course, eventually he put it wide.
Well, St. Rose will be replaced. Seems he hasn't sufficiently recovered from the injury, as another man wearing the number 19 has come in. Want to guess what's his name, Brent? It's also Ronaldo. Ronaldo Francois. Yeah, Sylvester. Here you can get it. A dangerous area now, and they touch too heavy in the end. Try again. Lost in a bad area. Burke could come away with it. Costa goes down. Nothing given as Moruga break on the opposite end.
But I guess he can play defense as well. Closer. That's a good tackle.
Well cut out. Here's the Central FC substitute. Heavy touch. Looked like a handball, and Quincy Williams agrees.
I think with the changes for both teams, more so Central FC, they seem to have lost their way a bit, certainly from a organizational perspective. Seem to be a lot of indecision as to who needs to be where. And Moruga's changes have come in and given some energy to a ship that seemed to be stuttering. Not sure it's quite smooth sailing yet, but they're carving out their chances.
Well, they need to find opportunities from somewhere. Moruga, at the moment, they remain at the bottom of the standings. Just 1 point in their 12 prior matches. Point coming in their last game against Central FC.
Well, I think, James, they just haven't been cohesive enough. They've shown individual brilliance in spurts, but collectively as a team, we have not seen any of that team chemistry and capability. That's very, very late there. You'd be surprised if he doesn't go into the book. But certainly, James, Moruga, from a Moruga perspective, as a team, it just hasn't been fluid at all.
Yes, Burba, the substitute. Clausel. Ronaldo Edwards, the other substitute. Edwards.
Unlucky.
Moruga tried to break in numbers, well cut out by Clausel. Williams. Burba. 1v1. This is good. They're opening up spaces here. Chance opening up for Francois and Miles Goodman. Wow. Made it look more difficult than it really was in the end. But he's relieved to have held on. Well, Williams have lost that in a dangerous area and almost found its way to the other Ronaldo on the field, Ronaldo Edwards. And it's a foul, an opportunity for Moruga to pelt bodies forward. Well, here's a fun fact. Both Ronaldos are wearing the number 19 for either team. Ronaldo Edwards for Moruga, Ronaldo Francois for Central FC.
Popular name for childhood back then, maybe.
Ronaldo Nazario, of course, the Brazilian legend. Certainly would have, many people might have conceived during his time. Winning the World Cup of Brazil in 1998, of course. Is
that, of course, a sign of how many Brazilian fans we have here in Trinidad? from conceived to birth name.
Surprised I wasn't named Ronaldo. Wonder what player was named James. Somewhere in the 80s.
Maybe James Bond.
That's it. I'm taking that. Central charging forward to the Costa. Oh, he's opened up some space.
It's got to be better.
Couldn't find Burke in the end.
Just had to cut it back, really. And went for power. No direction. And certainly no ambition with the pass. He gets himself in some really good position, James. And I think if I had one complaint is his execution when he gets there. Just has to be better.
Oh, Williams does win another throw. Certainly has the raw material, Miguel Williams.
Well, he has the appetite. He gets up and down the park. He's a positive player. He's always on the go. But at the top level, you have to execute. That's better.
Well, he has some time and space. And he tries with his right. And oh, Miles Goodman. Well, he's happy that it went everywhere but inside the goal. On the other hand, that man, Russ Russell, not so much. They'll have to be alert yet again, Moruga. Central FC look to launch another bomb inside the area. Siobhan Thomas trying to signal a yellow shirt. And he's found one. And he's found perhaps one of their more consistent players. And it's Da Costa who gets the third item for Central FC. And I don't think it's written on the wall anymore. It's printed in bold letters.
But again, it's about the delivery, isn't it, really? Another class delivery. Into the box. That man, Thomas, delivering. And Da Costa stamping it into the back of the net. Goodman at 6s at 7 there, misses his punch. But I think his discussion would be with the men in orange. Where were they? He had 3 yellow shirts lining up to do the simplest of tasks and put it into the back of the net. Another very easy textbook finish for Central FC. Turning out to be an enjoyable night for the men in yellow.
It will be their first win in 4 matches, Central FC. Won a 3-game losing run prior to this. One thing though, never short of goals, Central.
And they did start to show improvement from a defensive standpoint, from an organizational standpoint, and from a consistency standpoint. And those were some of the points that Coach Russ Russell mentioned throughout his interviews, both today and last week. And yeah, you have to give credit where credit is due, because from a consistency standpoint, they're getting better. They're a very young team, but they've been better for longer periods. And that's why today they've 3 goals to the good.
Now, despite the poor run of recent form, Central FC, as you rightly mentioned, did score 9 goals in their last 3 matches. And to think they were scoreless in their last game against Deportivo paints a picture that they can score goals.
Must be mentioned in that Deportivo game, they did create chances. They just weren't clinical. So creating chances is not the issue. I think stopping them at the other end. And right now, they've done that so far. Hopefully I haven't conjure up the commentator's curse.
Sylvester, led away by Closel. Burke, Acosta, too long in the end. For Sylvester, Acosta will get it away. Here's Burke. Ronaldo Francois, the substitute, and wow, he knows exactly how bad that pass was. Sylvester trying to thread the needle. Williams to Williams. And well, Williams stays down. There's two Williams on the field for Central FC. Miguel Williams, who is in a spot of bother, and Jarick Williams. One of three Williams in the squad. Angelo Williams being the other one. He's on the bench today.
You can get a run and a runner. If not, pass and go on, right? Like you see the pass, and simple.
Well, for a winning team, Aces wouldn't quite say winning. Tyrone from the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. It's not going to be in the lineup today. So just Sean Williams will use the opportunity to come in. As Ross Russell looks to freshen up the legs of his Central FC team. And he will replace Jarick Williams, who was just down. Deshaun Brown is the other player set to come in, and he has replaced the goal scorer, Leonardo da Costa. So all of the starting attackers for Central FC have been replaced as the substitute. Instantly gets involved. Can he make an immediate impact? Well, not this time, but he does win a corner.
Maybe a bit too soon for him. His first touch is a ball in on goal. I don't think many footballers can say that.
Well, that's the thing you dream of the night before. Hardly ever materializes, though. Dave Quamina, well, scratching his head, but I don't think he has worries in terms of his team's position in the standings. Maybe team selection. That might be another scratch head issue. Oh, maybe Ross Russell should scratch his head now. Everyone bemused by that service from the corner. Well, here's Romario Burke at Central. Get it back. Burke. And, well, gravity wasn't his friend. Just went up and over. So Jarick Williams has come out to Sean Thomas. Replaced him, and goal scorer Leonardo da Costa has been replaced by Deshaun Brown. Well, that's a good turn, and fouled in the process for Mario Burke.
No, you don't need it.
Here's Thomas. This is Sylvester. Sylvester gets the final touch to throw. Oh, they're picking away at the Moruga defense, and it's in. Wow, he went acrobatic. And in the end, the simple shot is held by Goodman. Well, here's Ronaldo, deflected, gets a corner. Or 3-0 Central FC over Moruga. Wonder who Brent Sancho has in his mind as a potential man of the match. Is that a sign? Well, usually wrong this time. You see lots of that. Some sodium deficiency, achy cramp. Well, it's a good time to see what is our Sportsmax app moment. And it comes from the goal scorer, Keyshawn St. Rose. And well, the surgeon's precision to find the back of the net. And that was the opening goal and our Sportsmax app moment. Just in time as play resumes. Ronaldo Edwards swings it in, and wow, somebody got a touch and it's kept out, but the flag also went up.
I think he did more than keeping it out there. He was, well, more than being in an offside position. I think he kept it out because it looked very much goal bound.
Deshaun Thomas. Here's Ronaldo Edwards. Finding space, can he pick out a teammate? Well, they're getting warm and on target, and well, Aberdeen looks as comfortable as a beachgoer in Maracas. Clausel. Well, he's sliced them open. Goodman is quick. Rodney Young. Heavy challenge. And it's a free kick. And it's a goal. Wow. As anticlimactic as ever. They're not going to care. They get something to celebrate as Moruga cut the deficit to 3-1.
Just when you thought they were dead and buried, a goal comes out of absolute nothing. maybe a case of too little, too late. But nevertheless, Moruga would be happy with that.
Kurbel Turner, of course, was the goal scorer for Moruga. Maybe they're in search of more here. With some space and, well, not the execution that he would have hoped for. Well, they have gotten a rush of blood since the last goal. Maybe more they have in mind. That man was the goal scorer, Kurbel Turner. Inside the final 4 minutes of the match. Shem Clausel, Williams, Angelo Williams, and wow, found himself in a great position, couldn't control it. Is there one more goal in Moruga? They've got the deficit to 3-1 and maybe here. Oh, that's good dancing feet. And they don't get the foul, but they get a corner. Well, maybe here they can open up something. Comes off the upper shoulder for Mihegu. Although the Moruga players were thinking it might have come off something else. And Aberdeen, how good has he been? Here's Romario Burke though. Put the final nail in the coffin for Central FC. Here's Williams. And oh, that's as anticlimactic as they come. Miles Goodman with the easy gobble up. Burke. Oh, sent his man to dance classes. Kurbel Turner in search of maybe a second for Moruga. Ronaldo Edwards. Oh, it's clever to get out of the way of that one. Spunk about Moruga. Well, the final passes haven't quite connected. Final minutes of the 90. Clausel.
I think it's safe to say, James, that today's man of the match is a young man in the goal for Central FC.
Aberdeen.
I think when you look at that save, that foot save that he made, it really was the platform for today's victory. for Central FC, or certainly for the positive performance that they've had.
Is there one last attempt for Moruga? Well, guess that's been answered. Sean Brown taking no chances. So 3 minutes will be the time allotted for stoppages. Enough time maybe for Turner. But Aberdeen has been really solid today. Angelo Williams. Oh, it's a good ball. Well, opposite can't be said about the touch. And a challenge gives away a corner. Rodney Young getting his toward the end of that. Headed away by Sylvester. Ronaldo Edwards. Oh, just some tired legs from the Moruga players. Fatigue perhaps setting in. Sylvester and Aberdeen. Wow. Change his name to Clark Kent. He's a Superman. Oh, they do get a corner.
That's a good flighted ball in there to an Aberdeen, showing every reason why he's been a judge man of the match. I think he's made critical saves at crucial moments, and when you do that as a goalkeeper, you give your team a chance. And despite Central FC's shyness in front of goal in the first sparring period of this fixture, Aberdeen was there. It could be counted on.
Well, they're in search of more Central. Maybe the last bit of action of the match. Oh, what a challenge. Can Sylvester give his home community something to smile about in their dying moments? It's well headed away by Angelo Williams. And the game has been well put away by Central FC. They came, they fought, and they conquered in the end. The team from Central Trinidad, lying just one position above bottom place Moruga coming into this fixture. And they've managed to hold on to their slight superiority as they've stretched the lead above them to 8 points. And at the end of the 90 minutes of football being played here at the Lockett Recreation Ground, it's Central FC 1, Moruga FC 1. Time to take a look back at some of the first half highlights. Quincy Williams getting us off. And early in the contest, it was Keyshawn St. Rose who threatened. Just couldn't find a mark. And Williams on one of his weaving runs, and the centre-back, Hague, getting the first shot on target. Moruga were not out of the contest. Kerville Turner certainly created lots of danger, although he didn't have the accuracy needed until Keyshawn St. Rose, well, he pulled out his surgeon measurement of the net, and that put Central 1-0 ahead. Was a lead they would hold on to. But Moruga tried to disrupt, and when Hague fumbled, Tiba Charles had a look. Too high. Was there to be more of the same in the second half? Certainly was. Early in the second half. And it was Williams getting on the score sheet, perhaps the easiest goal that he'll ever score. And that puts Central 2-0 ahead. Jarick Williams. And Closel. Masterful, creating chances. And Costa's shot, the last-ditch block. Da Costa tried from distance himself. Miles Goodman had it covered though. And then Kerville Turner tried to get Region King going unsuccessfully. And then Da Costa, sure to hear his name on the score sheet whenever there's goals around, and certainly closed off the contest, getting Central FC's third. But Moruga would clinch a last gasp one, catching Central sleeping, and Kerville Turner wrongling the goalkeeper Aberdeen. Sylvester tried to do it a second time, but it was not to be, as Aberdeen was up to the task as Central FC held on for a 3-1 win. Time to take a look at some of the match statistics, see how exactly they lined up. And in the shots department, just 3 shots more for Central FC. Shots on target, close in the end, 9 compared to 7. Quality of Central FC shining through, because 6 saves each. And, well, quite rightly so, the goalkeepers might have been the difference maker in the match. And that's why Brent Sancho is standing by with our man of the match, goalkeeper, Stan Aberdeen.
Well, Keston, of course, man of the match honors for you here tonight. A couple crucial saves. Talk us through the big save with your left foot.
Firstly, I must say thank God for the victory. The guys fought really hard. It's all about positioning, it's about reading the game. As a goalkeeper, it's all about covering the back line. I'm there to cover the guys and them. So any mistake, any shot, I'm there to cover. I always learn in training, you have many tools as a goalkeeper. You have your hands, you have your foot, you have your head, you have your whole body. So I decided to use my foot, my left leg, and made the save.
Well, of course, that critical save was the platform for the 3 points. Important victory for Central FC?
Very important. Here's where we build. I'm a very optimistic person. I don't like to dwell on the negative. So I love this team. It's a bunch of good youths. Excellent coach. We have an excellent coach. Excellent staff. From here, we just keep building and we keep moving forward.
Well, of course, Aberdeen, you are the man of the match. Congratulations, and of course, all the best for the rest of the season.
Thanks very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Of course, goalkeeper Aberdeen, the man of the match for today's fixture, and a very happy individual, and of course, smiling all the way through it. And as he said, he's used every part of the body. Now I'm, of course, joined by the coach of Moruga FC. Of course, Coach Kwashi. Disappointing result. What did it go wrong for Moruga FC?
We didn't take the chances. I can't see a team having 8 clear-cut chances and only scoring 1. So we was beating me ourselves.
Well, we talked about the positive result last weekend, positive performance. As you rightfully said, some of the chances being missed in this opportunity. As you look forward to the next game, what do you take into that fixture?
Taking, well, you can see chances were there. It's just we got to work on finishing. As we going forward, sooner or later we'll get it, but it's a tough luck.
Yeah, tough luck to you, yeah. Coach Kwashi, and of course, all the best to you and your charges as you go through the rest of the season.
Yeah, man, thanks.
Of course, Coach Kwashi there, a disappointed man lamenting on the fact of the chances that his team would have missed today, and suggesting that would have been the difference. Nevertheless, I'm joined by the winning coach, Coach Russ Russell. Coach, a smile on your face. 3 points to the good.
Yeah, finally I get 3 points after about 6 game losing. But that is how it takes in football. You have to keep working. I think, I work real hard during this week to make sure that we get the 3 points.
Well, we talk a lot about the youth that's in your team. Of course, that brings about a bit of inconsistency. Happy with the consistency in this fixture?
Not really. I think we didn't play to our full potential. I think it seems like the stronger teams we play better, but we lost. But I will take this win tonight.
Well, of course, again, Ross, congratulations on your 3 points, and all the best to you and your team for the rest of the season.
Thank you, Brent.
Well, it was some 90s singer that sang, if at first you don't succeed, you pick yourself up and try again. And that's exactly what Ross Russell and Central FC did as they take a 3-1 win over Moruga FC, picking up their first points of round 2, their second win of the competition, and certainly one that they will relish for a long time. Well, we take a break, and when we come back, we've got our second match as T&T Horquetta Rangers get set to take on Real Westford. Don't go anywhere. Keep it right here.
And we're joined by Mr. Ferguson, of course, the brainchild behind the Ascension Tournament. Before we get into the tournament, sad news today here in Trinidad and Tobago, the death of a former president of the TTFA, Mr. David John Williams. What are your thoughts?
Oh, it was a terrible day today, Brent. As you know, David was a real pillar of strength within the football community, and both of us dealt with him directly. So he would certainly be missed within not only the Pro League, but football as a whole in Trinidad. Not only was he a past president, but his team was a very, very successful team within the Pro League, and he will sorely be missed. But it came as a shock. I myself, I'm still in shock. And let me say my condolences go to his family and his friends and so on. A very sad day indeed.
As we come back to action on the field, of course, an important fixture here for you tonight. As we get closer to the end of the tournament, 3 points is a must?
Oh, definitely. Every game from here on is a final for Rangers. Every game. Every game is a very, very important game. We are taking each game as a final, and Westford is a very, very strong team. They are led by a very, very skillful coaching staff, as well as some very potent guys on the team. Ball Pest and Guy Griffith Jr. and these guys, we're expecting a very tough game, but we're hoping to be able to grind it out. Very, very hard game tonight.
Well, of course, Mr. Ferguson, your team is on top of the table, and all the best to you as this season continues, and we look forward to continue good football by T&T Horquetta Rangers.
Let me commend you, Brent, for doing an excellent job, yourself and James Saunders, and the Sportsmax team, the cameraman, the directors, Kerry, the CEO, Nicholas. They're doing a great job, and the real difference in the Ascension League this year has been Sportsmax, to say the least, and we are very, very grateful, and we hope to move forward from here.
Thank you very much for the kind words, Mr. Ferguson, as we look forward to tonight's fixtures.
Pleasure. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Najee, how am I doing?
Okay. Right. I'm going straight into the question about David.
Good evening.
Of course, tonight's fixture against the top of the table team, Terminix La Horquetta Rangers. How has preparation been for Real Westford this week?
Well, we had a bit of a heartbreaker the last time we were out in terms of playing against Police, going down to a 93-minute, losing 1-0. But I think tonight we have recuperated. We're back in the, what I like to call the ants nest. It has been very kind to us. We have been conceding a lot of goals here, but we have worked out that problem. We have decided what we're going to do, and I think against this Rangers team, we're going to get a good performance tonight.
What are some of the keys for the game here tonight if Real Westford is to go back to West Trinidad with all 3 points?
Well, first we had to be very competent at the back. We've been making simple mistakes and giving up easy goals. But having said that, we also need to control the pace of the game. We know that Terminix Rangers love to really run at you. So if you're able to get possession and use our more experienced players in Justima Belgrave and Karen Ballpress Cummins to keep possession, and of course chances are going to arise when you play Real Westford.
Well, of course, the man in charge of Real Westford here, thank you very much for your words and all the best to you to the rest of the season.
All right, thanks very much, and all the best to you and, of course, Mr. Ferguson's team, Terminix Rangers.
Okay, thank you very much.
All the curtains have been rolled back and the teams have been revealed. And the Terminix La Horquetta Rangers are set for action against Real Westford. Terminix Rangers, of course, they've been unbeaten in the competition so far. The only team that have been unbeaten. And they're coming up against a Real Westford team who languish in 8th position. This should be a very interesting match as we welcome our viewers across the Caribbean, CEEN TV in Jamaica, Sportsmax, the regional leader in sports, and all of our online platforms, the Ascension Tournament, and the CCN TV6 here in Trinidad and Tobago. Well, the big question, can the league leaders be stopped? Well, the answer so far has been a resounding no, as Terminix Rangers continue to match forward. So first look at the teams in the competition. Of course, Dave Quamina, together with the manager of the owner rather of Terminix Rangers, and all smiles on their faces. So Real Westford, they're a team certainly stacked with talent. Can that talent produce on the high stage against the best team in the competition? That is the question to be had. So in just a minute, we will introduce you to the teams involved in the competition. First, let's see what the coaches spoke about with Brent Sancho earlier on.
Back to action on the field, of course, an important fixture here for you tonight as we get closer to the end of the tournament. 3 points is a must?
Oh, definitely. Every game from here on is a final for Rangers. Every game is a very, very important game. We are taking each game as a final, and Westford is a very, very strong team. They are led by a very, very skillful coaching staff, as well as some very potent guys in the team, Ball Pest and Gary Griffith Jr. And these guys, we're expecting a very tough game, but we're hoping to be able to grind it out. Very, very hard game tonight.
Well, of course, Mr. Ferguson, your team is on top of the table, and all the best to you as this season continues, and we look forward to continue good football by Terminix and Horquetta Rangers. Of course, tonight's fixture against the top of the table team, Terminix and Horquetta Rangers. How has preparation been for Real Westford this week?
Well, we had a bit of a heartbreaker the last time we were out in terms of playing against Police, going down to a 93-minute, losing 1-0. But I think tonight we have recuperated. We're back in the, what I like to call the ants nest. It has been very kind to us. We have been considering a lot of goals here, but we have worked out that problem. We have decided what we're going to do, and I think against this Rangers team, we're going to get a good performance tonight.
What are some of the keys for the game here tonight if Real Westford is to go back to West Trinidad with all 3 points?
Well, first we had to be very competent at the back. We've been making simple mistakes and giving up easy goals. But having said that, we also need to control the pace of the game. We know that Terminix Rangers love to really run at you. So if you're able to get possession and use our more experienced players in Justima Belgrave and Karen Ballpest Cummins to keep possession, and of course chances are going to arise when you play Real Westford.
Well, of course, the man in charge of Real Westford here, thank you very much for your words, and all the best to you to the rest of the season.
All right, thanks very much, and all the best to you and, of course, Mr. Ferguson's team, Terminix Rangers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, lots of words. The action is next, and there's a man that knows about action. He's called the Professor, Ron Laffery, former Trinidad and Tobago international, and one of the last people to score for Trinidad and Tobago in club competition. I'll tell you more about that later on as the referees lead the contingent of teams out on the field. Spoke about the unbeaten record of Terminix Rangers. Just 2 draws in the competition and W's after that. Long string of W's. Nobody has been able to stop them. Real Westport, though, they've only picked up 1 W in their last 5 matches. David Good versus Goliath, Brent Sancho.
When you look at this fixture and you look at what Terminix and Horquetta Rangers has brought to this tournament, it seems to be they're almost invincible. And, they've dominated teams, and in some instances, completely annihilated teams. For Real Westport, I think Administrator Gordon Pierce summed it up well. They have to be resolute defensively. There's no doubt about that. There's a lot of talent with that man at the front of the line, Karen Ballpest Cummins. There's no doubt about that. But he has to be a big part of the resolute defense.
Well, first look at the officials. Bacchus is in charge of the cast of officials. And, well, he's got the assistant of Wales, Ballyram, and Jassy McDonald. So he's got some experience around him, and he will look to keep control of the match better than he kept control of that coin. Ross Jr. wearing the armband for Terminix Rangers, but it's that man, the league leading goal scorer, Atula Guerra, who would hope to carry his team forward with some more goals in the competition. So as we did in the first match, we will have a moment of silence in memory of the former TTFA president and W Connection owner, David John Williams.
Your time starts now. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, a strong moment of silence for a strong voice in football here in Trinidad and Tobago. A man that has certainly left his imprint in the footballing landscape here.
Yeah, David John Williams is president of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation just a few years ago. He's also been the club president of the most successful club in recent history in Trinidad and Tobago football, W Connection, in the Pro League era at least. And certainly a voice that will be missed. All right, let's take a look now at the lineups. And, well, they've got lots of experience in the Real Westport lineup. Veteran Cornel Thomas and Akil Laborde will help marshal them in defense. Karen Cummings, Gary Griffith Jr., Brendan Creed, all with international experience, while Josima Belgrave, the former T&T Youth International, he will sit in the middle. Ron Lafferay will lead the team from the bench. For Terminix Rangers, well, has the team shuffled the pack more than this team? Jade Hoyt makes his debut for the team. Russ Russell Jr., Caleb Sturge, Junior Asun, Atula Guerra, the league leading scorer, together with Kadeem Corbin, will lead the attacking line. 18-year-old Emmanuel Thomas and 19-year-old Daniel David will be in the middle. And the debutant getting his first start last week, Josiah Edwards, he gets a place in the starting lineup. 18 years old and impressive so far in the tournament. Dave Commoner is the coach of the team. But he's got big gloves to fill. Jade Hoyt in goal, replacing Jabari St-Hilaire and Jabari Bryce. And big shoes to fill for Real Westport as they go out in search for victory against the league leaders. And wow, Junior Asun. Edwards creating the first real chance of the match. Very impressive last week, and I know he's a favorite of yours, Brent Sancho.
Yeah, we talked about the impact that Real Gill has had with this Terminix Larkita Rangers team. And then, of course, he's gone away on international duty. And seamlessly, the void has been filled by Edwards. Explosive, direct, and certainly impressive. A lot of potential in the young man. And, you know, you would like to see that sort of talent harnessed and developed and continue to move forward.
They'll assist the man who is in an offside position at the moment, Kadeem Corbin, for Rangers' second goal last week. And here's a fun fact, he is the younger brother of another Rangers player, Jamal Francois. Was birthed out of the La Horquetta Youth Coaching Academy, headed by the man at the touchlines for Rangers this evening, Dave Commoner. Well, he'd have just seen his father win with Central FC. He'd hoped to have a family winning moment.
Yeah, just a bit late with that challenge. That's Russell Jr. wearing the armband tonight. We talk about juggling of the starting lineup. There's also been a juggling of the captain armband since the regular skipper has been out injured.
But here's Karen Cummings, booted away by Ross Jr., making amends for the earlier indiscretion. Oh, they certainly have mixed it up, haven't they? Terminix Rangers got lots of depth. More depth than the Mariana Trench, some might say. Well, here's a man who has depth in goal scoring, but the whistle, well, stops his pleasure. Welcome to all our viewers at CCN TV6 in Trinidad and Tobago. Hello and welcome to the Ascension action here in La Horquetta. And of course our friends around the region. Do drop us a flag in the comments if you're viewing our streaming platform, as the first chance has opened up for the visiting team Real Westport and Akil Laborde. Well, he knows he could have put his team ahead.
Well, it was a direct, long, probing ball by that man, Kieran Ball Press Cummings. They created havoc. The back line eventually falling, but he hooked his shot wide. That's a chance.
Oh, Johannes Richardson looked all at sea. His defending. Yes, Daniel David, 19 years old.
That's lovely.
Well, the shot not as lovely as the bit of action early, but it might have taken a deflection to his credit, so it's a corner. Has been one of the most impressive young players in the tournament, Daniel David.
Yeah, he's shown a lot of craft and guile, and certainly some good feet. He's certainly not just been impressive in the tournament, but he's left some very good, lasting memories in the performances that he's put in on both sides of the coin, both defensively and offensively.
He is a product of the Trendsetter Hawks Coaching Academy, led by Anthony Dada Wickham. This is deep, looking for Guerra. Finds the head of Asun, who couldn't keep it down. Oh, if skill were a person, would be Junior Asun, the former Shiva Boys man, given some of the top highlight moments of the tournament. Keep your eyes on him. It's always a highlight moment around every time he plays. Griffith Jr. Cummings. This time Richardson makes contact and Kadeem Corbin is away. He will win a throw.
Evans did well there. That could have easily been Corbin in on goal. As we see, of course, the rhythm of the nation. The Horquetta Terminex rhythm section. I've asked you this before, James. Do you think you can beat a drum for an entire 90 minutes?
Let's start with actually beating the drum in time. Well, it's time to get on the score sheet. Emmanuel Thomas can connect. It's another under 20 player. We've got so many young players. Where did we find them from, Terminex Rangers?
Well, they have a extensive scouting program and certainly a conveyor belt of talent.
Well, here's one of them, Thomas. Edwards has his pocket picked by Cummings. Tries some distance. Didn't find the accuracy needed. Ross Russell is forced into some defending. Here's Guerra. Asun. Oh, Corbin, what a good touch. And even better defending in the end from Real Westford.
Chapman Evans again.
Ross Jr. Corbin. And well, you guessed it, Evans. Ross Jr. forced to defend now, and Johannes Richardson, or Jesus Perez rather, reading very well. But one thing I do enjoy looking at the players that have come out of the Rangers team, the young players in particular, they do play with a sense of fearlessness. Looking at Real Gill and Kaim Thomas in the CONCACAF Championship, which they are currently part of. So they're missing tonight. Both players got that attribute. You look at Daniel David and Emmanuel Thomas, Edwards as well. They're all fearless.
Well, there's a real identity in the way they want to play. And I think that gives the young players the ability not just to slide into that very structured environment, but also to play with confidence, as you would have mentioned. And we've seen that throughout the tournament. We talked about, of course, the number of changes that the Terminex Horquetta Rangers team have made throughout the tournament, but there is a structure, there is a purpose in what they're trying to do, and that is one of the main reasons why they've been so successful. And you have to give credit to that man in the picture, Dave Commoner. he has his charges well learned.
This one is high, finds Asun yet again, and well, I can tell you he's much better with his feet than what we just saw with his head. Man from Gasparilla, South Trinidad. That's a schoolboy star with Shiva Boys, one of the legendary teams that would have passed through the SSFL. Cummings. His pass is blocked. Oh, he certainly enjoyed the Ascension Tournament, Karen Cummings. 3 international goals for the man known as Ball Pest. And, well, all 3 of his international goals coming against Mexico, the top team in CONCACAF, by the way. 12th position in the world ranking at the moment.
Well, his performances here has, of course, warranted a closed-door call-up, national team call-up for him. And I'm certain he would feel somewhere along the line that he should be in the picture. Well, there's some upcoming international friendlies in September, and I'm very sure Walpes Cummings is hoping that his name is in the lights.
Well, this man as well, Kadeem Corbin, sends Asun on a run. He's got Ross Jr. just behind him. Back to Corbin, and well, just took his eye off of it. Edwards. Well, he had the power, just not the placement. Certainly not a shy guy.
No, he's not. That's exactly what I was thinking. He would think that he knows that he's coming in for a player that has really lit up this tournament in Real Gil. And despite that, he's not shown or shrugged away from filling those boots.
Well, that's well intercepted by Daniel David. Well, his pass not as good as the interception. Guerra to help out. Here's Edwards. He's got pace, good technique.
That's a good ball.
Good cross as well. And wow, well, a bit of a mix-up there. Interesting defending. Malik Kwao. It's a corner.
Well, it's a very inviting cross here from Edwards. Just no one was able to pick up the invitation.
Maybe now as Junior Asun tries his luck. And this time the blue shirts get an affirmative head. And it's a throw to Westford. Well, I reckon we'll see him in the starting lineup next week.
Well, I can tell you, he's ever present here. And I'm very sure he's already dreaming of playing under the lights.
Well, with the reputation of La Horquetta Rangers, yeah, definitely going to see him in the starting lineup next week. Let's take a bet.
I can tell you, I started my career there as a ball boy many moons ago for the famous strike squad of Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh, what an introduction.
Well, I did witness the Paul Caligiuri laser. Wasn't too long ago, James.
And there I was in primary school, fighting to get a ticket to go to the game, and you were pit side.
I think I was in kindergarten. I was a young one.
What do you make of his view, though? Oh, here's Edwards. Oh, he's taking his man to the cleaners, hasn't he? And the final attempt is too strong. Well, this is dangerous and, wow, unconventional to say the least.
Well, I'm not sure how much Evans knew about that one. He would suggest a lot But as soon as swings this one in, no real direction. I think within the panic stations, he was just thinking to get it as far away from the goal as possible. I think he almost put it into his own net, but he was positioned in the right spot. So that's the first part of it.
Well, it went somewhere, more importantly for them, not in their goal. But Guerra could change that, and it's well blocked in the end. Well, it had to come a long way to win possession as Gary Griffith Jr., Josima Belgrave. It's Brendan Creed, too long. Certainly a team stacked with talent. Real Westport got some players with international experience. Brendan Creed, one of them. There's Asun. Corbin. There's Creed. Belgrave. Cummings. Well, they're combining their experience at the moment. Find spaces. Griffith Jr. Oh, that's good. Opening up doors here. Maybe a shot.
Oh, that's a
what
foul.
A tackle. Jesus Perez. It's Cummings. Milan Twine, the victim of a rough challenge. Taken quickly, Belgrave can't hit. Swall defended eventually. And they're away, Rangers to Edwards. Here's the afterburners. Oh, he's gone.
He did well. Edwards did really well there.
Really well.
I thought for a moment there, James, he was going to dive in. But he matched Edwards stride for stride and eventually poked it out. That's not an easy feat because he does have some legs.
As mentioned before, he's the brother of Jamal Francois, and that's the brother of Jadal Poon Lewis, the young goalkeeper on the bench. 2 Poon Lewis, 2 goalkeepers. What are the odds? Corbin. Oh, he's taking his man away. Opening up space, and Tion Brown does really well. Got jiggy with it. Corbin does strike the ball really well.
What he's good at, and you mentioned it, I believe in our last broadcast, is that ability to create that little bit of space to get a shot off. And that has been the hallmark of his success in this tournament. Just when you think he's run out of real estate, he finds that little bit of space and a gap, and here he shimmies his way through and gets a very powerful left-footed strike on goal.
But he's gone again, Kadeem Corbin. This time his shot is blocked. Guerra keeps it alive, and this time it's deflected into the back of the net, and it's Daniel David who takes the credit. And the Terminex La Horquetta Rangers, they have broken the resistance, and they are 1-0 ahead of Real Westport.
Well, this was made by the tenacity of Guerra. Held the ball up. Slice of fortune there for Daniel, but he won't mind that one bit. We talked about the impact he's had in this tournament so far. And nothing wrong with getting gifted a goal. He deserves it on the back of his display in the tournament.
Laborde. Asun. Oh, you don't rush in there. Well, Tobin with the tackle though. Letting Asun know who you are, not afraid. Oh, that's an interesting celebratory face.
You'd have to say, James, that within the Horquetta Rangers organization, there is a high demand for performance. There's no doubt. We've seen on a couple of occasions, even when they are up goals, that they're still demanding from their players high levels, and that's good to see. That's excellent to see. They hold their players accountable for their performances, that's for sure.
Belgrave. Antoine. Touch too heavy from Creed. And they are away with Edwards. Of caution lights are blinking every time he touches it. It's Cummings that comes away with it. Lost in a bad area. And Asun could take his man for a spin. And first time effort. Found the target, but not the accuracy to beat the goalkeeper Brown. Paul in search of Laborde, but he's done well. Yes, Belgrave deflected. Ross Jr. to get it away. Wow, got away with it. Doesn't stop them from being fancy. One in a bad area, chance some distance. Well, they're really trying to test the new goalkeeper. If Jade Hoyt thought he was going to have an easy evening, well, Westport, they're not giving him that opportunity. Making his debut tonight, Jade Hoyt. Jabari St-Hilaire rested. Jabari Bryce on the bench. Oh, that's a bad giveaway. It's Cummings. Well, it just makes playing football look so easy. Wow. Nice space.
That's good.
Oh, and Griffith Jr. flew in, but he couldn't connect.
It's a good delivery here. Griffith Jr. stretches every part of his muscle to get to that one. For a moment there, you thought he would have gotten to the end of that one.
Belgrave. Griffith Jr. could be in. Well cut out by Caleb Sturge.
Need a better pass there, he was in.
First time ball from Quo. Easy for Jesus Perez. Cornel Thomas. It's part of the original incarnation of his opponents, Rangers. It's part of a St. Anne's Rangers setup. St. Anne's Rangers has since been rebranded as Terminex La Horquetta Rangers. Thomas. Easy for Sturge. Cummins will keep it alive and keep it. Well, that's a familiar face. The former police commissioner, Gary Griffith II. And there's the third, the son, Gary Griffith Jr. III. Well, in his first rail testing, Jade Hoyt just couldn't get the clearance away, and Akil Laborde has put Real Westford back in the contest. Well, it's game on. The visitors have clawed their way back in the contest. Well, certainly against the run of play, out of nothing. And they want more. Yes, Griffith Jr. Chance still opening up for Laborde. And Rush Jr. would clear the danger. It's Corbin. Tidwell to evade one challenge. Can he find Guerra? Corbin wants it back. Tries his luck! And well, I tell you, he doesn't need much space, does he? Certainly stretch that man.
Well, Guerra, first of all, trying to get in behind. Look at that from Corbin. He's always in the mix, always involved in everything. Let's take a look at the goal again. Real Westford, just a mix-up from a communication standpoint, and Jesus Perez inadvertently puts it into his back of his net.
Absolutely right. Jesus Perez getting the final touch. Yes, Kwao. And what a challenge from Asun. Can you tell who he's supporting tonight? Well, he'll give you a hint in a second. What an atmosphere. Always a party here every Friday in La Horquetta. Particularly when the team in red are doing well. So far, they haven't disappointed. Laborde taken out. Well, help is coming. It's been a while since a lady have run to my assistance. Oh, Keelan Bakker certainly has his hands full. Asun. Thomas. David. Corbin. Corner. It's been very industrious so far, Kadeem Corbin. Do well to keep the eyes on him. Board to get it away. Cummings. Pocket picked. Belgrave. Looking for Guerra. Daniel David to Guerra. And he can get around Quao. Legally at least. Two consecutive man of the matches for Atula Guerra. Certainly found his form in recent matches. He is a joint league leading scorer. Could be under pressure here, Perez. Cracks under that pressure. Ross Jr. comes to the rescue. Here's Junior Asun. Switch flanks and wow. Couldn't find the right side of the upright. Won't mind taking in from that vantage point. Where's your favorite part in the ground, Brent?
I think right in front the Magnum stage. Had a bevy of good performing artists here at the Horquetta ground.
Toppy Boss should be in tonight. Familiar with him? Oh, you're
familiar with the music, not with the person.
Yeah, he's getting older. Well, hasty clearance from Cornel Thomas. Can't tell you exactly what he sang, but I'm sure everyone below a certain age, or everyone rammed into this ground, knows word for word what he would have sung.
I think that's where Google comes in.
Cornel Thomas, happy to see this one out. Board. Griffith Jr. Wow, has some fancy stuff. Cummings! Deflected and off the upright in the end. Wow. It's always a red warning light every time he gets the ball. And well, Rangers found that out.
When the ball eventually gets back into this path, tell you what, how did that not go in?
Well, Kwa would line up another effort for him from the corner. In a good area and well headed away. Cummings keeps going. Flag stays down. Griffith Jr. and well held in the end by Jade Hoyt. Many local fans quite keen to see what the young Griffith Jr. has to offer. It's fair to say he hasn't disappointed so far. Edwards. He's just born to play football, isn't he, Kieran Cummings? He looks so effortless at times. But he's lost it. Teguera! And the leg of the goalkeeper did its job. How crucial will that save turn out to be?
Well, he was brave, and that's what he needed to be. He came off his line. He didn't wait for Guerra to make a decision. He made it up for him and came out quite quickly and spread himself big. That's the reason why that ball did not end up into the back of the net.
Wow, attempted to be clever. Chance could still open up. Well, not the best of service that we've seen from Josie Belgrave. Thomas. Oh, that's a collision. License and insurance, please.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he's going into the referee's book, because that was late. That was very late. It's a late, rough, high challenge, if I've ever seen one.
The short man, but he's built very strongly, Emmanuel Thomas. Just 18 years old. And there we go. That's what you get for being naughty, Malik Kwao.
Well, Real Westport have found themselves back into this one. And a lot of it is because of the fact that they didn't crumble. And I think that's the key. They went down by 1 goal and they stayed true to what Coach Ron Laforet, the professor, would have said to them. They haven't changed. And they backed themselves. And so far, has kept them in the game. Well, not sure for how long though.
Asun. Well dealt with by Evans. Ross Jr. taken out.
I was just about to sing Evans' praises. And he comes and he does that. But positionally, he's found himself where he needs to be in clearing the football. But making challenges like that is not something you want to add to the resume. It's been decorated quite well so far in this game, and that sort of fouls is not wanted. Edwards there with the chance.
Oh, there we go. Goalkeeper's got skills. I did find some of Toppy Boss's music. Songs like Boomland and Titanic, all grossing over 1 million views. Familiar with any of them?
It's in my iShuffle in the car.
I tell you what, might have some Boomland to get some shots in, and one team might sink like the Titanic at the end of this fixture. That's my best bet. Oh, that's good footwork. Looking for Griffith Jr. Cut out. Daniel David. Cummings finding space as well between the defense and attack, and Creed not finding the net with that effort.
But I think from a real Westport perspective, they would be happy with this half of football thus far, as they've had their moments. Certainly enough to have this man in the picture. They're a bit worried, but they've not done poorly despite the slow start. And they may even think, because of that ball press deflection, they should be 2 goals up to 1.
Well, still level at 1 apiece between Real Westport and T&T Rangers as we enter the final 5 minutes of first half regulation time. This game that has presented chances on both sides as Laborde tries his chance without success, might add. Real Westport, of course, a team made up of players primarily from along the western peninsula of Trinidad and Tobago, just west of the capital, Port of Spain. Here's Edwards. He's got support with him. He doesn't need any of them. Corbin. Asud. And, well, close enough, but not hitting the target.
Yeah, well, it eventually comes across soon by a toe poke from Corbin. And he places that one over the bar. Just needed to, of course, to settle himself a bit. Rush of blood. Rush of a shot over the bar. Oh, that was late.
Edwards keeps it alive, but he gives away possession. Well, might have connected with something that wasn't the ball. Play is allowed to continue. And, well, Quo allows his teammate to find some sort of relief. Yeah, he's been hit hard, hasn't he?
Well, it was a late one. Never real chance of getting the football. And Perez left his mark, trying to reach around and poke it away from Laborde. Those are the ones that go very deep into the ankle. It's the ones that you wake up with a bit discolored in the morning. Trip down to the ice factory.
The good old memories. Sure, you'd have delivered a few in your time.
I was a saint of a player. Not sure what you talk about.
I'll not confirm nor deny. This play is allowed to continue. Cornel Thomas, search of Cummings. Cummings. Oh, that's good from Cummings, and he's well blocked by Caleb Sturge. He appeals for a handball. Yes, Guerra sends Daniel David going. Might win a corner. He has. Oh, Emmanuel Thomas. Well, the shortest man in height, but he did get up. It's the effort that counts.
Yeah, there was a lot of belief in his jump.
Just 1 minute of regular time remains. From all indications, there will be 2 minutes of time added. Evans, Cummings. But he's done well, Creed. He's opened them up and, well, didn't hit the mark. X marked the spot, but he couldn't find it. But I don't think they'll get a better chance than that one.
Yeah, it's as clear cut as it gets. A good ball there by Cummings. Hesitation by the defender. And Rondell just really had to pick a corner and try to place it in there. Instead, he picked above the bar, which of course doesn't count in football. He'd be very disappointed in that.
So Rondell Gibson, the man with the best chance, perhaps.
Well, in a half that's been short of clear-cut opportunities, I think that's as clear-cut as you get. How will that factor into the second half when we know Rangers turn on the afterburners?
Corbin, Guerra, heavy touch, still kept alive to Ross Jr. Can he pick a red shirt? Wow, Tian Brown, grateful to hold on. Into the final minutes of the additional time that has been added. Came locked at 1 apiece. But he's found his way in again, Rondell Gibson. Well, had ideas. It's a good touch from Asun. There's Corbin, he's gotten in behind.
At Man Evans. Again.
Yeah. He's everywhere.
And that's what you want from your centre half, to always be in the right place at the right time and always have the capabilities of sniffing out danger. And that's exactly what Evans has done here tonight. Just placed himself in the right place at the right time.
Final chance! Well, Thomas. And how does the shortest man in the field get ahead of everybody? Doesn't matter. That's a question that will be left for the halftime team talk as the teams go to the dressing room all squared after a half that has certainly given options on both ends of the field. But at halftime, between Timonix Horquetta Rangers and Real Westport, it is Rangers 1, Westport 1. We take a pause and we come back with the first half highlights.
Let's go!
Well, the action continues as halftime entertainment continues. 1-1 between Terminix Horquetta Rangers and Real Westport. Let's look back at what we missed in the first half. But of course, you're right here with me. You saw it all. Let's look again. As this match kicked off, and Karen Cummings dictating the pace for his team, Real Westport, early. Akel Laborde benefiting from an open chance and just dragging it wide of the mark. Is that a chance that he will rue later in the fixture? The Terminix Rangers and Atula Guerra, they carved open some of their own, and Daniel David's deflected drive just doing enough to beat Tion Brong, and that was the game opener. 1-0. Guerra doing all the hard work and benefiting from some luck. Daniel David, and that was the game's opening goal. And then Quao on the opposite end. Gary Griffith Jr. flying in but couldn't connect. And then this happened. Jesus saves, but Jesus, well, did the opposite of that. He put his team in the deficit, getting an own goal. And Westport were back in the match at 1-1. Kadeem Corbin tried his luck. Created some ooh-ah moments, but not finding the target. Then he turned provider for Guerra, but that man Tion Brown was solid. Junior Asun also tried his luck, but he found that the brick house was too much to blow down. And then Gibson has the best chance of the match, and yeah, he'd want to have that back. So at halftime, the match remaining 1-1 between Terminix Rangers and Westport. Well, the numbers don't lie, and as we see, even in terms of shots, 8 apiece.
Yeah, 8 apiece on shots. 4 shots on target for Rangers, 1 for Real Westport. 2 fouls for Rangers, 3 for Real Westport. In the yellow cards department, they share that 1 apiece. Offsides, none. No red cards. 6 corners for Rangers, 1 for Real Westport. 0 saves for the Rangers custodian, and 3 for the Real Westport. A game that has been played on the peripherals by both teams. Hasn't really got going yet, but the scoreline would be a happy one for the professor and his charges from Real Westport.
Well, do you enjoy nostalgia? We'll talk about that in a bit. Your comments on the first half?
Well, I think it's a half where Real Westport would have felt that they may have been in front, of course, from that ball press Cummings opportunity. But from a tactical point of view, they were very happy and composed, very resolute in the way they defended, and very organized throughout. And I think from a Terminix Horquetta Rangers, the tempo of the game wasn't played in the way that we're normally used to seeing from them. So I think if they are to go up another gear, and you can see there is another gear there for Terminix Horquetta Rangers, I think they may just be home and free. But football is played on the pitch, and until they do that, they really have to contend with this stubborn Real Westport team.
Well, I'm so sorry to take you away from the present as we revisit the past weekend of Ascension football action. Match week 12, weekend highlights. Saturday at the Arima Velodrome, iconic venue. Moruga took on Cunupia FC. Rutlin Harris in charge of that one. And well, Cunupia They came calling early. Moruga responded. Some good goalkeeping, perhaps one of the goalkeepers of the tournament. Save. Not once, but twice. And then Trevin Caesar, boy, he was going to score one of the goals of the tournament, but some good defending. Moruga on the opposite end, they were resolute defensively and offensively. Kept themselves in the match. Got some tackles, but they got their first points, taking away a goalless draw. AC Port of Spain also took on the Defence Force, a crucial match for the second place Defence Force as they tried to close the gap on leaders Terminex Rangers. But it was Che Benny and company, Jamil Neptune, opening the scoring first. And that was 1-0. And then Dwight Quintero equalized for the Army Coast Guard combination to make it 1-1. But Che Benny carved them open like butter. And Jamil Neptune scored his second of the match, put them 2-1 ahead. Benny involved in everything. And then Benny involved in the third as Shondell Augustus put the icing on the cake, 3-1. Brent Sam did get one to get his 9th goal of the tournament. But too little too late, as the old folks say. As 3-2 this match finished. Brent Sam did put it back as well with a third goal. Couldn't get the winner. But AC Port of Spain had all the tricks, and Benny closing the deal in the end. What a finish. 4-3, AC Port of Spain.
Of course. Let's give it up for the Ascension dancers.
At the police barracks on Sunday, Police took on Real Westport. And Gary Griffith Jr. showing some early skills, but the finish doesn't complement it. And Police, easy chance, gobbled up. But they try again. This time the goalkeeper Tion Brown stood solid yet again. And more chances, but Brown was going nowhere. On the other end, Westport, wow, came close. As close as they came to scoring. Cummings tried to add something with his quality. Not that time. Belgrave's ball to Cummings. And good goalkeeping, keeping the policeman in the contest. And then that happened. Elijah Belgrave getting the touch, and not even Evans could prevent him. And that proved to be the only goal of the match, as that match finished 1-0 in favor of Police. But of course, we remind our viewers that today, the former president of the Trinidad and Tobago Football Association, David John Williams, did pass away because of cancer. Brent Sancho, you had an opportunity to speak to the president of the Ascension League, and he gave his thoughts on David John Williams.
It was a terrible day today, Brent. As you know, David was a real pillar of strength within the football community, and you know, both of us dealt with him directly. So he will certainly be missed within not only the Pro League, but football as a whole in Trinidad. Not only was he a past president, but his team was a very, very successful team within the Pro League, and he will sorely be missed. But it came as a shock. You know, I myself, I'm still in shock. You know, and let me say my condolences go to his family and his friends and so on. A very sad day indeed.
Well, when you listen to the words of the tournament director, Mr. Ferguson, and he's spot on in the fact that we've worked with David at the boardroom level, and of course worked with him and his club and his success of his club in football. And there's so many facets of what he's left behind. As he rightfully said, it's still a shock, James, and of course he will sorely be missed.
David John Williams will be missed, a void that certainly will be hard to replace in local football. We take a break and come back with second half action. Well, everybody gets a blank canvas, and the pages are waiting to be written on as the second half continues in the Ascension football match between Terminix La Horquetta Rangers and Real Westport. All square at a goal apiece. Who will grab hold of the reins? Will it be the league leaders, Terminix Rangers, or will Real Westport create an upset? Well, you've got 45 minutes of pulsating action coming up to find out. Welcome back to all of our viewers across the Caribbean. 8 shots apiece for both teams. But Rangers just with the extra bit of quality. They have 4 shots on target compared to 1 from Real Westport. But unfortunate that the game is all level. Changes have been made. 3 changes in particular. Jamal Francois comes in together with Isaiah Lee and goalkeeper Jabari Bryce. So those are the 3 changes for the home team. I'll tell you who was replaced later on. They've shuffled the deck and they're looking for a jack as second half action is just about rearing and ready to get going.
Second half action.
So it's all to play for in this 45 minutes remaining of this Ascension match. So they've made a ton load of changes. Terminix Rangers, as well, it's becoming quite customary now. And here's Daniel David to get the action going. Junior Asun. And well, that comes to nothing.
Well, certainly the numbers here have grown.
Well, here's Asun charging forward. Opening up here. And well, what a tackle that proved to be. Asun has stayed down. But the tempo has gone up. Yeah, he looks in some pain.
I think both him and Creed was stretching. And Asun may have come out the worst between the two. Certainly would have been from that collision. Looks like he's in some considerable pain. Hopefully it's not a game-ending injury. Of course, as we look at Gary Griffith Jr. And Real Westport, as I said, of course, confirmation of that substitute, Jade Hoyt. It's been replaced by Jabari Bryce, Guerra, by Isaiah Lee, and Josiah Edwards.
The brothers.
Jamal Francois.
Yeah, the brothers replacing each other. A bit surprised that Atula Guerra has been withdrawn.
Well, you could see Creed's follow through. Went straight into the ankle of Asun. May look like the end of his evening. That's unfortunate.
Well, they have taken out Edwards, who is the other winger with considerable pace. Oh, here's one of our floor managers. Hello, Sagan.
The 5th official.
She's the real referee in charge of this production. Well, there's a chance now for Westport. Well, could have done better, not on this occasion. Good news, Asun is back on the pitch, though he does look in some discomfort. Johannes Richardson looking for Corbin. Francois. Manuel Thomas. Oh, that's good. It's very good as he retains possession. Kel the board showing some neat footwork. Griffith Jr. Oh, brand new. Power up some frozen H2O. From distance.
There's not many in the competition can do that. Certainly that man can. Hit with a lot of venom.
Oh, they'll battle for this. Lee loses it. Daniel David wins it back. Corbin. High challenge. Play continues. And yet another player in red shares a painful moment.
Creed certainly for most of this night haven't taken any prisoners. It's no different. He's a tough cookie, isn't he? Make sure that he leaves his imprint in the game. As Coach Kwame is probably wondering who else he's going to take down. Creed.
Well, Emmanuel Thomas sets his mark. Has his scope on the target and shines his luck. Oh, what a save that turned out to be. Tion Brown.
Well, it was a good flighted free kick. Lacked a little bit of power. Should allow the goalkeeper to get across, but still not a bad effort.
He's a wee little man, isn't he? Jesus Perez test timed his challenge well. Well, here's Kadeem Corbin off to the races. He's got Lee and Francois ahead of him. Thomas is there as well, but it's Corbin into the side netting. Well, he gave the man the all wrong address. Nobody home. Just couldn't find a home in the back of the net.
Well, when Corbin picked this one up, chop it in the inside, just couldn't wrap his left boot around it. How many times in this competition we've seen him score from those sorts of angles and situation? Just didn't happen for him at that time. I'm sure many at Real Westford was breathing a sigh of relief, because he has been clinical in this tournament.
I'm not sure they got an opportunity to breathe. Happened that quickly. And they're here to see Toppy Boss.
I expect to see you somewhere in the mix there later on, James.
I'm too old.
Not for Toppy Boss, are you?
Well, here's Francois. Certainly a man young and full of energy. And somehow the defender manages to get ahead on it. Cummings. Belgrade. Cummings! Oh, Ollie had his measurement, almost an inch.
Well, there is a sense within this facility that that man, ball press Cummins, is going to try to take this game into his own hands. At one apiece, it is poised for that sort of performance. He would love to get one on his all employers. Of course, a former player here at Horquetta Rangers. There's no doubt about his ability.
Isaiah Lee and Altice Brown and Cornel Thomas. Well, they didn't communicate really well, and somehow they managed to escape. Wow. Griffith Jr. Creed. Griffith Jr. getting involved. The road. Cummings. Seen him before from this distance. Belgrave. Cummings. Antoine. Well, the red shirts finally get a touch. Well, a chance can open here as well. To Corbin. He doesn't miss. Kadeem Corbin. And when you don't take your chances, the boogeyman will come and get you. And his name is Kadeem Corbin. 2-1.
Well, we talked so much about how effective that this team can be in transition, and it's normally led by that guy who punches it into the back of the net. Gives the goalkeeper absolutely no chance and beats on his chest and says, "That's all about me."
Well, he's certainly in a big mood at the moment, Kadeem Corbin. And I'm sure there are few who will disagree that he's perhaps one of the most natural goal scorers locally. Always seemed in the mood this evening.
Well, I think what he is, James, is a forward that does the dirty work, as they say in football. He makes the runs that most forwards don't like to make. And he puts himself in position that most forwards don't put themselves into. And you add to the fact that he's clinical. Even when he's not given the opportunity, even if it's a half a chance, or even an inkling of a chance. And 9 times out of 10, James, he creates his own chances.
Well, it's a proven goal scorer. And yet again, he does the business at Terminix Rangers. How crucial will that goal turn out to be? Just when Westport were gaining some momentum. Well, the board certainly showing that he's got some skill of his own. Junior Asun, his ankle looking brand new. Well, they do have pace about them, that's certain.
Well, if there ever was a tackle to send a message, I think that was it.
Well, you just feel like you're in the Rangers zone at the moment. This is usually the period of the match when they're most dangerous. David. Oh, that's good. Jamal Francois is through. Wasn't picked out. Asun. And not well hit by Daniel David. Thomas maybe. But he puts his head where no man wants to put his head. Jesus Perez. Here's Kieran Cummings. Oh, he's gone past his man. And, well, couldn't wrap his right foot around it. Elijah Belgrave was among those lurking. So too Gary Griffith Jr. Well, some colleagues, goalkeepers. One of these things are not like the other, and he's sitting next to me, a defender. All goalkeepers, well, Shabba Nottingham and Ross Russell.
We want to call that a celebration drink. Well deserved 3 points today for Central FC.
Oh, here's Francois. And, well, Cornel Thomas. Well, I was never good at physics, but I don't know how you can get a ball over the bar from that distance. But Cornel Thomas, he managed to do it successfully. Rain nothing, that's what they say these days. When you've got good football, good vibe, who cares about the rain? And get past Gibson. Will be a throw. More changes to be had. And Malik Kwao will leave as Kalev Keel comes in. And what is that? Jack Poon Lewis coming in. He's a goalkeeper. Well, got extra abilities, it would seem. Jorge Campos. Did save quite a few matches for Real Westport.
Well, yes. Jorge Campos, the LA Galaxy back then.
Yeah, it was one of my favorites back then. Not sure my coaches wanted me to be like that.
Exactly. Saw him up close and personal at in New York with the New York Metro Stars. LA Galaxy down 1-0 at the half, and he changed his top, went up top, scored a penalty in that game, and assisted in the go-ahead goal.
My kind of goalkeeper. Tell you what, I'm gonna change my jersey and go on top in the next match that we play on a Sunday. Let's see, he's gone in the right attacking position. Jacques Poon-Lewis. Oh, here we go.
Is he going to be a hero?
I'm backing the goalkeeper to score. Oh, that's too long for Francois. His older brother, Jadel Poon-Lewis, is also a goalkeeper as well. Goalkeeper for AC Port of Spain. Well, Corbin could be in. And ball goes out. That's a look at the local Jorge Campos. Jacques Poon-Lewis played as a goalkeeper for this team, and well, he's a striker at the moment.
Well, it was another custodian from the SSFL, but similar traits. Kwesi Western, of course, of Shiva Boys. Saw him score an absolute thunderbolt in Intercol semi-finals. That's when he came off at half-time, James, and went up front. Left the goal, went up front, and scored the winner.
Hint, hint to coaches. Jose Luis Chilevert, the famous Chilean goalkeeper, also comes to mind.
He used to bend it like Beckham before there was a Beckham.
Correct. Looking for Francois. Daniel David keeps it alive. The Sturge. Nice reverse ball to Francois. Oh, on. Just couldn't stamp his foot on it as soon. But, well, Tion Brown had to get jiggy, and that's exactly what he did. But he has to be alert here again. Well, tell you what, the crowd has had some moments of losing their breaths, and maybe this is another one of them. And, yeah, that's the man of the match. He put it on his resume. I saved the shot from Kareem Corbin. Gonna be hired anywhere in the world, at least in Trinidad and Tobago. You've got that in your resume. Ross Jr. Asun. Way by Thomas. Well, challenge from behind on Cummings. And a time for a nap.
I'm not sure if it was a muscular injury or if Cummins may have mistakenly stand on him.
Daddy's looking on. Wonder what he got him for Father's Day.
They look like they're having a good time. I don't think they've ever seen their team lose a football game, so why not? I'll be happy too.
I'm sure the fans next to them, they're having a good time as well.
The crowd is certainly picking up here. That's been an entertaining afternoon, and we still have Toppy Boss. We got the Terminex rhythm section. What else?
Looking forward to that song, Boomland. And Titanic. Creed. Evans. Thomas. Griffith Jr. Oh, that's good from Griffith Jr. That's a highlight moment. And wow, just couldn't get his final shot away. That's the old sombrero. Of course, Griffith Jr., the son of the former Trinidad and Tobago Police Commissioner, Gary Griffith Jr. There he is. Call his name and he appears. And of course,
he would have enjoyed that moment, wouldn't he?
He certainly would. He's looking at it right now on our Sportsmax app.
That's a clever bit of skill here by Griffith Jr. Flicks it over the head. Caleb puts himself into a position, tries to steady himself to get a shot off, but just wasn't able to get on target.
His mother is also a former T&T Miss World, Nicole Dyer Griffith. Comes from some pedigree.
Well, I was about to say his footballing talent was a chip off of the old block, but can't go down that road. Well, his father was an excellent hockey player.
His grandfather as well, Gary Griffith I. His father was more of a hockey player. His grandfather was a football player, Fatima College.
Sports in the family.
Although this man in your picture might say that he was also a football player, we're not sure about that.
Well, he's shown some touches. I'll leave it at that. I think I had the opportunity to play against him, and he scored 4 goals, and I'm very sure he's never ever going to let me live that down.
How could you? Well, there's a man that scored lots of goals in his time, the Professor Ron Lafferay, 67 years old now. Did play with Pele. Also played with the Metro Stars, I believe, in the US. Also one of the first Trinidad and Tobago players to play in Japan. Wow. More likely to see those moves in Japan and on football fields. Kung Fu type challenge from Brendan Creed. He's been a guilty man of that all afternoon. His father and uncle, also well known in Trinidad and Tobago, Ashwin Creed. Well, he just sense some frustration from the Real Westport team at the moment. They've lost some momentum. Here's Ross Jr. Corbin, well defended by Creed. Griffith Jr.
Oh, that's a good ball.
One late on Bryce.
I tell you what.
And wow, goalkeeper on goalkeeper. I think Bryce might have taken a blow to the head there.
Well, I think Pulis left late. He hesitated when the ball was initially played, and I think if he didn't hesitate, he may have gotten onto that one. As we can clearly see here, the end of it really, that nasty collision took place. But I think on the pass itself from Cummings, if he had left when that was made, I think he would have gotten there. Well, the question is now, James, if, of course, the goalkeeper can't get up. They've already made a change at the half for goalkeeper. Look at the pass here. And I think, of course, he hesitated before he moved out for it. That's the reason why he arrived late, because the pass was good, the weight in the pass was good, the idea of the pass was good, but I think the run, the hesitation in the run, is why he wasn't there first.
Well, the good news is the goalkeeper is back on his feet, Jabari Bryce. Lost some momentum somewhat. The team in blue, Real Westport, they trail 2-1 to Terminix Rangers. So they continue their unbeaten march in the competition. Well, there's confirmation that Poon Lewis was sent a citation by the referee, Keelan Bacchus. So just under 15 minutes remaining in this contest. To be fair to Westport, they certainly have put up a decent fight in this fixture. They lie in 8th position, just one win from their last 5 matches, coming up against the unbeaten league leaders, Terminix Rangers. You can tell he's in the mood, isn't he? Well, there's a sighting of Javon Morris. He's been rested the last 2 matches. Sent to warm up the centre back. Laborde. Creed. Well, not much options did present itself to him. Forced to take the hard of the options, and they've lost out to Corbin. Thomas. Bundled over, play on, says the referee. As Belgrave starts an attack on the opposite end. And he's through. And what a save by Bryce.
I tell you what, Rangers rode their luck there, because the rebound seemed to be headed to Cummings.
Francois.
End-to-end stuff now.
Game is a bit stretched at the moment. Daniel David. Manuel Thomas. And, wow. Close, but not close enough. Well, they're looking to shore things up at the back. Here comes the regular boys. Javon Morris and Joel Leslie Russell. The 2 regular centre-backs. They are set to be introduced. Johannes Richardson and Jesus Perez most likely might be the players replaced. Westport, well, they've decided to make some changes of their own. And in comes him, that visitor. And also Rivaldo Brown has entered for Westport. It's not usually an approach that I've seen from Rangers in the past, where they bring on defenders, they show up a result. They usually attack to the very last whistle. So Javon Morris has gone in, which makes 3 centre-backs on the field at the moment.
And here comes the 4th. It's Very uncharacteristic of Rangers. Shows that they know that this 3 points is extremely important. They now have 4 centre-backs on the pitch.
Oh, that and a blue elephant. I've never seen.
That was late. That was very late, that challenge.
Well, I'm quite curious to see the position of the players, where they're going to be fitting.
But it looks like Russell and Morris is going to sit right in front of the back 4. So certainly they're not going to throw numbers forward.
Evans might speak to the pressure Westport has maintained in this match on Rangers. Here's Morris. It gets his feet tangled. Griffith Jr. and the whistle. So Kadeem Corbin is off, which is unusual. Kadeem Corbin and Junior Asun.
Well, it's certainly a defensive change when you look at the way they've set themselves up. It's almost as they say to Real Westport that we're here to show up the 3 points. That's very, very naughty. This was late. I'll tell you what, straight out of WWE.
How many times have we seen that from Creed? Former national youth player, Brendan Creed.
Well, from where we are, we can hear the remonstrations from Coach Kwamina. Certainly wasn't happy with the yellow card.
That's a good touch. It's a corner though. Looking for insurance, and they won't find it here. Certainly is a tough cookie, Emmanuel Thomas, 18 years old. Looked very good since being introduced into this Rangers lineup.
We just wonder with about 7 to 8 minutes or so left if the professor would gamble. Certainly Rangers have gone into a defensive mode, and the question is whether they gamble and put more attacking players on.
Jamal Francois is called into a point position. Here's Creed. Griffith Jr. Just feel like they have to move the ball faster, Real Westport. Daniel David. And it's gone past everybody.
That's well played.
Sturge, and wow, desperate defending, but they give away a corner. Wow, looks a bit winded, doesn't he, Daniel David? On a dangerous area. Isaiah Lee. Good time for Sportsmax app moment. And it is the second Rangers goal scored by Kadeem Corbin. Cold-blooded killer. That's what he does. It's all me. And it's our Sportsmax app moment. The clock is winding down. Jamal Francois, 2-1. He remains in favor of Terminix Rangers. Manuel Thomas. Sturge. Attacking the space ahead of him. Finds Lee. Ross Jr. Can't find space. Asun gets involved. Thomas. Long searching ball and easy for Brown. 1.5 minutes remaining in regulation time. Just about 3 minutes expected to be added on. What a match. What an effort from Real Westport. Just seemed to be running out of steam. It's difficult to call a man of the match in this one, Brent.
I took the executive decision last week. I think it's your turn.
Tough call. This man on the ball, Emmanuel Thomas, has been good. So too Kadeem Corbin. Here's Belgrave. Cummings. Well, he certainly wants to make a difference. Creed. Cummings to try his luck. No. Wow. He has magic in that left boot. Not this time.
Look at this for a bit of skill. He's the keeper off his line. Just a bit too much purchase on it. It's a valiant effort tonight by Real Westford.
It is. We are inside the final 3. These 3 minutes have added on. I'm leaning in favor of Emmanuel Thomas as our man of the match.
That's not a bad lean.
It's little, but he's Talawa. Last shout maybe for Westford to get something out of this fixture. Cummings. Oh, he's so good. Karen Cummings. Can he be good enough to save his team? Not this time. Tried his best, hasn't he, Karen Cummings? 14 international caps for the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Oh, can't get past Evans. So win number 11 is in sight for Terminix Rangers. Unbeaten after 13 rounds of competition in the Ascension League. Keelan Barkas looking at his watch. Time is something that is quickly evaporating here. Poor Lewis. Wow. How many times have we seen Emmanuel Thomas take a knock? And you've seen that guy look the other way. Must be a Christian.
That's what happens when you're man of the match, son.
Well, he's doing the cheek so many times, I don't know.
He's been an absolute fighter in the middle of the park.
Well, there might still be time remaining for something special. We saw CSW get a last-minute goal against Rangers last week. Well, surprise, surprise. Javon Morris is lining up to try something of his own here. His uncle Clayton Morris is known for his hitting of the football. Can Javon replicate some of that? Well, he can't. Looks more like a goal line clearance. Now that is all that she wrote. And after a game that flattered to deceive, the league leaders remain unbeaten in the competition as they pull away a hard-fought contest against Real Westport to hold on to a 2-1 advantage. Gary Griffith Jr. and company, not for a lack of trying, they give it their best shot, but in the end it was not to be. 2-1 the final score in favor of Terminix Rangers. They keep their unbeaten position at the top of the standings. Real Westport, well, they stay in 8th position for now. Let's take a look back at some of the action in the last 45 combined. And the game started early. Karen Cummings dictating things. And Laborde, he got the best chance of the first half. Couldn't pin the donkey's tail. Then Guerra kept it alive long enough for Daniel David to get his deflected effort over the line. And that was the game opener. Some luck, but it gave Rangers a 1-0 lead. Everybody needs luck. Then it was the turn of Westport to get some luck of their own. This time Gary Griffith couldn't connect with the service. But then Lady Luck rolled in their favor when Jesus Perez nodded into his own goal. And that put Westport right back in the contest. Made things level at 1 apiece. Corbin was always a thorn in the side of the Westport. This time not finding the far corner. And Guerra, goalkeeper, standing firm to the oppression tossed against him. Junior Asun even tossed his hat in the ring. Wasn't to be. And then maybe the best chance, Gibson, Rondell Gibson. And well, looking back at the highlight reels, he'd want to have another crack at that. Maybe match defining. Coming straight from all ranges and distances. Couldn't get past second half keeper Jabari Bryce. And Emmanuel Thomas, he tried as well on the opposite end. But then Corbin, the wrong address, just missing the mark. And Junior Asun. And Corbin will do the rest. All he needed was the table to be set. And thank you very much. He hits the mark, Kadeem Corbin. That was the game changer, putting Rangers 2-1 ahead. And then goalkeeping by Tion Brown would keep Westport alive. Although Belgrave did have an opportunity. Chose the option of safety. Cummings tried down to the very last whistle to get his team back. But it wasn't to be as the match finished 2-1 in favor of Terminix Rangers. Let's look at the numbers. And, well, very even on shots. 17 shots to Rangers compared to the 15 scored of shots by Real Westport. 8 shots to 5 on target for Rangers over Westport. After that, everything else pretty meaningless. 12 corners though for Rangers. And look at the save category. 4 saves for Rangers. 6 for Westport, the goalkeepers. Very busy. But here's Brent Sancho, who's standing by with a very special man of the match.
Well, I'm now joined by man of the match, Kaheem Thomas. Manuel Thomas. Of course, a good performance from yourself today. Give us and talk us through your performance.
Well, I didn't think my performance was any best. I could have done a lot more to help the team defensively. But I want to thank the rest of the team for putting in a good shift. And kudos to the opposing team for the fight. Nothing coming easy. And yeah, that's it.
Well, of course, 3 points to the good. 13 match days past, still undefeated. Is the atmosphere in the change room suggesting that you're getting closer to this Ascension title?
Yeah, for sure. But we don't take complacent. The lead, we could drop points anytime. And defense force come in, well, everybody coming hard, everybody coming against us. And we keep our head up and keep going forward.
Of course, our man in match, Young Thomas, congratulations on the performance and all the best for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thanks.
Of course, our man of the match, Emmanuel Thomas, with another battling performance in the middle of the park. Of course, giving the Terminix Horquetta Rangers another 3 points as they inch closer to this Ascension title. And we are now being joined by Mr. Ron Laffery, better known as the Professor.
That's me.
And of course, the coach of Real Westford. Professor,
yes,
of course, a disappointing result today. Where did it go wrong for Real Westford?
All right, first of all, let me say that I'm pissed off. I'm not pleased at all with our players getting chances and missing chances. I'm displeased with that. So I'm upset, right? What I am happy for is that you're seeing a brand different team now, right? You're seeing structure, you're seeing fellas want to play with each other, you're seeing we getting chances. You know, I'm pleased with that aspect of the game, you know. Where we was before, I was telling the other coach that I played nine games in the first rounds with 9 different teams. That is normal with me. Right, so what I do, I break down the squad, I go on to 18, the best 18 will play for us, and as you see tonight, we're doing our thing, and you see a vast difference in the team.
Yeah, we've seen some difference in the performance tonight, of course, indicative of that. As you move forward, what are some of the goals and aspirations for Real Westford?
Well, the objective is, as the boss from Terminix Rangers did to us, you know, he invited us here, which we appreciate very much. So, me as the man in charge of it, I always like to challenge and to be challenged and stuff like that, right? So I am happy that you're seeing a vast improvement in the Real Westford, and as I said before, give it some more time, and there will be trouble to deal with down the road.
Well, again, Professor, it's always a pleasure to speak to you, and all the best to you and your charges for the rest of the season.
Well appreciated. Thank you so much.
That is
yes,
the
sir.
Professor,
all right.
Mr. Ron Laffery of Real Westford, lamented on the fact of the changes where he would have had to make throughout the tournament, and feel that he has a more settled squad going into the last set of fixtures. We're now joined by the man in charge, of course, of Terminix Horquetta Rangers, Mr. Ferguson. A smile on the face, a happy man?
Well, not really. But, you know, we had to congratulate Westford. They played a really great game. You know, as I said before, they were very well coached. And their team was very fit. They ran the whole 90 minutes. And, you know, and it's great football for Trinidad and Tobago. To see teams coming out and playing such a high level, a high standard of football, it all goes well for the sport in Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, as we get to the end stages of the Ascension Tournament, you must be smelling victory. You must be thinking that the tournament is almost won. Is there a magic number in the head? Is there a game that has been earmarked as that's the game you have to win the title?
Well, we have to win all the games, but we are nowhere close to the end. We could lose this tournament very, very easily.